4 in the morning, you got me up, all cause you need to talk. To 4 in the evening, wanna break up, say that you've had enough. I'm tired of talking, again and again, argue about everything. You are my darling, this kiss and make up, I know you wanna touch. You call me every night, call me every day, I just wanna get you alone now. Trust me when I say, we gon' be okay, we just gotta boom bada boom ba. I don't wanna fight, you know that I'm right, baby let me talk to your body. We gon' be okay, hear me when I say.
About to start in a minute. About to drop some fire for your mind on the topic of marriage and if marriage is suitable for most modern men in these modern times. Get ready to enjoy. Bringing it to you live once again from the greatest state in the Union, the Tar Heel State, where the topography is serene, pristine, and verdant green, where every day is Father's Day, and where manhood is part of hills and valleys, victories and failures, and whereas men, we don't agree on all things or ideologies, but tonight we come together as allies of a common cause only to dissipate once the crisis is over. Now listen, I'm about to drop some fire for your mind. But before I drop that fire, let's explore why we are doing the Manhood Chronicles. Greetings, greetings, greetings. We're going to have a powerful show on today as a segue from last night. And the topic of this show is more or less talking about, is modern marriage viable for most men? Jamie Foxx talked about it here recently. He said that there's nothing in it for him. He don't believe in a traditional cookie-cutter marriage. And so if marriage is not a viable option for men, to the men that want to get married, can they find the woman of their dreams within the United States of America? So this show is going to explore the recent uptick about Jamie Foxx saying that marriage is not worth it. But also we're going to explore a show that Kevin Samuels talked about recently when he was talking about modern women should compete. But not only that, because of the negative attitudes of some of our women, what are the options that men have within the United States as it relates to marriage, dating, and relationships? We live in very turbulent times that test the souls of men. And there was a scripture that says that charm is vain and beauty is deceitful, but who can find a virtuous woman? And a virtuous woman is a woman that can love a man when he's down. She can love him when things are going well, but also she's a woman that's willing to submit to his program. But Jamie Foxx talked about, he saw something that a lot of men are saying, that as time went on in relationships, the women that they deemed to love, actually things got worse as the children left the nest. So we're going to have a discussion on today. It's Monday. I'm in the Tar Heel State. Shout out to the Tar Heel Nation representing the Eagles. And I want to ask you guys a question. Is marriage a viable option for the modern man? Is marriage a viable option for the modern man? And if marriage is not a viable option, then what should men do? Men see marriage as an investment. And the love currency for a man is honor and respect and also duty. But we live in a time now when so many of our women appear to be very selfish, entitled, and some men will actually say very narcissistic. And because of that, many men are frustrated with the outcomes and the options that they have. That's why I advocate that men date abroad, that if a man can't find a woman that he wants within the United States or within his own ethnic group, he date other ethnicities, not limited to Afro-Latin women, not limited to Asians or even white women if that woman makes them happy. Now, some might say, well, you're a traitor. Well, let's talk about it. Because Maya Angelou was married to a white man. Frederick Douglass was married to a white woman. And also, Dr. Martin Luther King, before he married his wife, was in love with a German woman. So we got to ask ourselves the questions, were these people race traitors? And see, I don't have an issue with a man or woman dating outside of their ethnic group. I say go where you are celebrated instead of being tolerated. Because I'm a firm believer that many of our women have been compromised, guys, as it relates to dating and as it relates to submission to their men. Black men are very loyal to their women if they get the right woman. And you're going to see it in this show that Kevin Samuels had. Shout out to Mr. Palmer. And he did a great show on Saturday. He said that black men are the weakest link. And basically what Mr. Palmer was saying is that black men tend to concede their power to many modern women because they don't demand anything. And as I said before in the past, that power never conceded without a struggle. It never have, and it never will. And so what many of you young men don't understand is that you give your power away because you don't demand anything. You give your power away because you don't love yourself. You give your power away because you don't have standards. You give your power away because you have not seen true masculine authority being manifest in a man in your life. And as a licensed therapist, when you don't demand anything, you don't get power, you're actually deferring power. Listen to this. In a relationship is something where the man benefits and the woman benefits. But most modern women, whether they be black or white, they just expect things just because. And I'm a firm believer that men have needs too. And that when men start demanding better, you'll start getting better outcomes, but also better behaviors. And if those women don't change, you shake the dust off your feet and you keep moving. I'm going to be in the movie Frustrated 3. I'm going to be heading back to Brazil soon. Charles Tyler was an advocate for men to travel abroad because Charles Tyler himself felt like he wasn't getting the outcomes from women here in America. And just like Jamie Foxx have decided not to get married and deal with modern women, many men are beginning to travel abroad. And it's not just black men, it's all other ethnic groups of men. It's black men, it's white men. There are white expats that are traveling abroad to get the outcomes that they want because they feel that many modern women in the contextual framework of the United States is not giving them the outcomes that they desire. And see, what you guys don't understand is that you have more power than you really understand. When I traveled to Brazil back in May, black men in Brazil are actually celebrated. And listen, every culture and ethnic group have its own special challenges. There's colorism abroad, and there are also ethnic issues abroad as well. But the main thing and the main caveat is this. When you travel abroad, you're treated as a man. And many men feel like they're not treated as a man because every time they're in relationships, they feel like their power is being compromised and they feel like their power is being challenged. And a man can't be his best if his power is being challenged. Now listen, there's about 17 to 19 people in the chat, in the group. I need you guys to share this content to at least 5 people. Share with 5 to 10 people that actually believe in what you believe in. If you share the content, hit the 1 button. And also, if you like what we're doing, please like, share, and subscribe to the Coach Clinician. Hit all notification buttons right now, guys. I need you guys to hit all the notification buttons so when I go live with good content, you guys will hear it. Now, listen, we're going to start talking about Jamie Foxx in a minute. But I had a show last night that is part of that diatribe, and it was called the $50,000 Hustle. So I want you guys to listen to what Jamie Foxx is saying about why marriage is not viable for most black men in America. And then also we're going to talk about what Kevin Samuels talked about as a segue to what Mr. Palmer had in his show when he said that black men are the weakest link. And I agree with Mr. Palmer because black men don't exercise their options. Black men don't exercise their power. And because black men don't exercise their options and their powers, they are seen as less than in America. So we're going to play that clip. But while we're playing that clip, guys, I want you guys to get ready as I'm about to drop some fire for your mind. Then Shannon, what's up, homie? I want you to come in too, because Shannon Rawls is blowing up. He's doing big things at these YouTube streets. Shannon is a brother of mine. Him and I have done some shows on King Talk. And so I want Shannon to pop in and talk about it a little bit, because Shannon was married. And I think Shannon more or less concurs with my sentiment about the dating trends in modern relationships and also in modern America. So hold tight, guys. We're going to start, and I want you guys to listen to what Jamie Foxx said about dating in America, because many are deeming it not to be suitable. But not only suitable, many are deeming it to not be viable. All right? So Jamie Foxx is going to share why he don't see marriage as a viable option. And I want you guys to tell me what you guys think.
About fatherhood and then
we're going to have a discussion.
Act like you got some sense.
Right.
Aaron got his thoughts on that and why marriage just isn't for him.
You admitted that you don't think marriage is for you, but I have to imagine that people in your life had tried to change your mind.
Look, here's the thing. I'm not cookie cutter, so the 2.5 children and wood panel and the station wagon and the cottage, I didn't think that was me. And then if you look at my daughters and their circumstance, you know, growing up, Corinne was like, well, people are married and, you know, that's what they have, and my friends. But then a lot of those marriages ended up not doing well as the kids got older. And she was, unfortunately, we saw the kids get fractured from their families. Us, we actually came together more. So I don't know what that is. I just know that it is different, but I know it's a whole lot of love. You know, the pressure of me being married, they don't even talk about it. I don't think we've had conversations about it. They just love their daddy, and you know, I just keep moving.
You've mentioned that your house is a safe place for friends and family to retreat if they're struggling. So for you, where do you go if you're ever having those tough times?
Oh man, I got a great family. It was by design to have my whole family live with me, because I don't want them living away from my circumstance and maybe sort of looking from the outside in. I wanted them to see and share the things that I go through. There's a lot of hard work, there's a lot of disappointment, but then there's a lot of things that we celebrate.
I want to know, best house guest.
I think the best house guest, I would say Nick Cannon, because he would hang. Ed Sheeran was a light because he was just all about the music.
Tell me, why was now the time to write a book?
Look, I'll tell the story from my perspective. And I did this, and then I did that in front of my daughter. And they're like, that ain't how it went down. So I gave
a quick snippet. That was a quick snippet by Jamie Foxx talking about marriage, and Jamie Foxx feels that marriage is not viable. Now listen, many of you young men that are listening have worked extremely hard to become the man that you are. You've gone to college, you've built homes, you've saved your money. But many men are petrified about the potential of having all of that vanish by women that are not virtuous. Women years ago were born wife ready. Women years ago didn't have a lot of baggage. Women years ago got married very early, and because of that, they had less mental damage and less mental imprints by dusty men. But sadly, most modern women are not capable of more or less acquiescent to the desires of a man. And when you hear Jamie Foxx's of the world, where you hear other men in private saying that marriage is not suitable for them, it makes you wonder, what can a man get in a modern relationship from a modern woman? And so we're going to have a very cogent discussion about, is marriage a viable option? To the men that want to get married, what are their options? And also, are many women antagonistic as it relates to some of the black men and some of the desires that they want? So hold tight, because I want to read this. I want to read something. I'm going to read something in the comments section. I want you guys to tell me what you think. Hold tight as I find it. And hold tight. So this is going to shock you guys, because, you know, there are some women that are very antagonistic towards Kevin Samuels. Some don't like him for whatever reason. But I want you guys to read this, if I can find it. Hold tight. But anyway, there was a question where some said that Kevin Samuels, some call him the new Mister. And there was a lady that was very virulent as she was discussing and talking about Kevin. She was more or less trying to say that Kevin is teaching men to rape women. And, that was very strange to me. Because basically what she's saying that if a person is a high value man, basically she's saying that that woman needs to submit herself to the point, even up to rape. And see, guys, this is the crazy phenomena that you're seeing now with some of these modern women. Many of them are mentally defective. Many of them have been broken, and many of them are so stubborn, rebellious, they're unwilling to change their ways. And because of their unwillingness, some are going to die alone. Some are going to be in very sad and perilous situations because they are not willing to adjust. Masculine men are not going to tolerate disrespect from a woman. It's just not in our nature. And one or two things going to happen. She's going to either comply or she's going to be left behind. And I tell men all the time that, once again, you have more power than you really understand. You have more power than you really understand. And Shannon, at some point, I want you to pop in, but not right now, because I want to keep having this discussion. But Kevin Samuels said, should modern women compete? And we're going to look at this clip a little bit, what Kevin was talking about. And you guys tell me what you think, because if you want the best outcomes, you got to demand better. But sadly, so many of our black men have been brainwashed. They have been so mentally broken to the point that they're mentally deficient that they don't demand anything from modern women. But here's the caveat. Once again, women demand a lot of things from men. Now listen, it's about 31 people that are watching the show. Thank you guys for watching. I love you guys, the faithful 31. Hopefully we can get a bigger audience because I want to have a very powerful discussion. To the ones that are listening, please share the content. Please share it to as many people as you can. And if you like what I'm doing, please donate to Cash App $7 Smalls. That's Cash App $7 Smalls. So let's listen to what Kevin is saying, because he's saying that modern women should compete and also men should demand better. And my dear friend Amira was actually on the show, and I want you guys to listen, and we're going to take some notes, and you tell me what you think. Because, as I said earlier, power never conceded to anything without a struggle. It never have, and it never will. So let's listen to what Kevin is saying and take notes.
I want my wife to work.
And let's have a conversation.
I want to be able to provide for her. And so, because I see a lot of people, what we do now.
Hold on. Let me bring somebody else on, because I'm going to say this too, because guys, I appreciate, I want men to be ambitious. I do. I really do. But I don't know many, just like I can't not lie. I hear a lot of guys who are personal trainers, photographers, real estate. And it's like we're all trying to hustle. You need a profession. I think any man needs a profession that's going to be stable, that you can provide. And income is kind of capped. Being a millionaire is not realistic for most people. It's just really not. I want to hear from men, but I also want to hear men be realistic. Amira, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
That was going to go.
So regarding your topic about moving on and dating outside the races, I wanted to say that I think you know me pretty well. Well, I don't know if you know me very well, but you've talked to me maybe once or twice. So I don't believe that we should be dating too much interracially.
Okay.
I don't think we should. And I do think that it's best to stay in your culture, mostly culture. I would say mostly stay in your cultural tribe. Does that make sense?
Okay, so let me ask you if that's a good concept. But
and see, here's the difference. Amira, she meant well. Amira's a good person. I love Amira. She's very feminine and very kind. But Amira is from a country and a culture where the men are very patriarchal. And what Kevin is saying is that men should have options to date women that they want to date if those women comply with their standards. See, Western women don't have any negative consequences for bad behaviors. But when I traveled to Brazil, there was consequences for bad behaviors when the women got out of line. There were consequences, sometimes up to death. There's a concept called femicide that my man El Guapo talked about. And sadly, because I'm not advocating for domestic violence, it's something that happens when women lose their lives because of their lack of cooperation. And so Amira, just like some of these poor black men, think that you should just be loyal to your own ethnic group. But our women are not loyal to their own ethnic group. They weren't even loyal during the presidential debates. They voted for policies that are antithetical to the black man and the black family. And so if a black man get with a woman, his seed would determine the sex of that child. So Amira meant well because she's from a culture where women honor their men. But I want you guys to keep listening and tell me what you think, because we're going to ask ourselves the question, if marriage is not an option to the men that want to get married, what kind of women are you looking for?
In our community, we're 59% of us are single. 62% of our women are single. That's just a hard number. Right now, 1 in 4 black women will expect to marry in their lifetime. And that's still factoring in the baby boomer generation, my mother's generation. And they were married at a rate of 40+%. You move them out, the number is going to drop to below 20%, in my opinion. So, that being said, how do men marry inside their culture if the women inside your culture are not seeking to be wives?
Well, that's hard. That's really hard. The only, when you were speaking about the numbers, the thing that popped into my head was polygamy, was having more than one wife. Mm-hmm. I don't know how possible that is culturally, as you know, in my culture.
And see, guys, they want to be married, but they don't want to be a wife. The gospel said that he that finds a wife findeth a good thing. But that's basically saying that those women were already trained and conditioned by the elders in their community and also their mothers to come into a relationship to serve a man. To the men that are listening, you guys know, and I know, that most men, when a woman serves them, they're willing to give their life for them. Men are the true romantics because men tend to love romantically, but women tend to love opportunistically. Most women don't come into a relationship ready to serve you. Some actually come into a relationship trying to exploit you. Because many times after you say I do, you see the real person. You see the representative when you're dating. But once you say I do, they pull the mask off. All that sex you were getting before you got married, it begins to precipitously decline. And that's why I believe that if a man's going to get married in these modern times, to the ones that want to get married, he needs to have an ironclad prenup. He needs to have that relationship evaluated every 2 to 3 years to make sure that woman's living up to his expectations. And then also, because men are the gatekeepers to relationships, he needs to make sure that she's following his program. And then also, guys, you need to make sure you're on your game. I'm not talking about the suppression or the subjugation of a woman just because you're a man. You need to be on top of your square as well. And I think most men have been conditioned to do the right thing where a lot of our women haven't. Keep listening.
Sure, it's something that's considered. But if the women don't want to be wives, you're right. You have to find a wife.
And one of the issues that Black women often bring up as making relationships unappealing, thus prohibitive, is Black men's fidelity, i.e. cheating. So I don't know many women who, if they have an issue with men's alleged cheating, are going to be all right with polygamy, even if it was legal. I mean, outside the legalities of it.
True. You have to change the culture completely, and that would you would need some type of a reset with that. I mean, I don't want to use that word reset because people are very sensitive about. Well,
you would have to have a different culture, and who are the transmitters or teachers of culture in human beings?
The women.
And if the women don't want to be wives, I didn't come to this decision lightly. I mean, our women have been talking about dating out and divesting and swirling for the longest, and as I'm listening to women, my generation and older, and they're not teaching their daughters anything about relationships or marriage. They're teaching them independence, going to get your bag and take care of yourself. You can't have men stay culturally loyal to women who don't want to be wives to their very men.
Can I ask you a question? Because I had an idea I wanted to run by you because I haven't had a chance to bring it up with Lilla Peep group. But I figured I'd run it past you first.
Great.
My idea was when we were speaking about the freedom that women have today, and basically the reasons why they don't want to marry is because of all the freedom.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to ask you, I've been thinking about this for about a month now, and I've been pondering this thought about how this began. And I look in the history and I look at how the freedom began for the women, which basically snowballed into what we have now.
Right.
And I always think to myself that men are, now don't get mad at me when I say
Go ahead, just say what you gotta say.
that men have caused this issue by allowing this to happen, and that women would not have been able to do this had the men not permitted it. So
okay, let me add something into that. Men have not, what happened in the Black community was not an expected outcome. Back in 1960, in the 60s, Black male unemployment was at a record high during segregation, civil rights, such and so forth. So was Black female welfare. What the political structure at the time did is they said, we noticed that when male unemployment is high, welfare enrollment is high. So if we want to decrease female welfare enrollment, we need to stimulate male employment, right? That's what has happened in the larger community, the white community at that time. Let's just say Black and white. Let's just imagine America was Black and white at the time. So when white men were unemployed, white females were on government assistance. When white men start working, the unemployment rate, the government assistance rate dropped at the same rate as employment rose. Okay. So black men were being offered union jobs. There was an incentive to get Black male employment up. And as Black male employment began to raise, it began to increase by noticeable, demonstrable, provable numbers, what they noticed was Black female welfare continued to rise at the same rate. It's inversely. It's supposed to drop, but it kept going up. So Patrick Moynihan, have you ever heard the Moynihan report? They went and studied what's going on with Black America. Why is this happening? Why is when male unemployment drops, meaning men reach full employment, why are more women on getting no welfare? And what they were seeing is that women were choosing welfare over to being married with.
And that proves my point earlier. As I told you guys a couple of minutes ago, most men, you guys, we tend to date romantically, but most women tend to date opportunistically, and that's called hypergamy. There are two types of hypergamy that I created. I didn't create the term hypergamy, but it's like there's a word called monogamy. There's a such thing called hypergamy. Kosher hypergamy is when a woman does things proper and fit. She just she want a man that's going to love her, provide, protect, and lead. Most women from other countries practice kosher hypergamy because they put their family before their own selfish needs. But modern women in America practice something called carnal hypergamy. And carnal comes from the Greek as it relates to the word flesh, carne or carnal, like a carnivore. And so these women are very exploitative or very opportunistically, and they seek to destroy a man, discard him like he's a piece of tissue. And see, Amir is right to some point that we give our power away now as men if we continue to allow that. But as a clinical therapist, we look at things from what's called the macro, which is the policy level, the meso, which is the group, and then the micros, which is the individual. So I would say from the individual and the meso level, we give our power away as men. But we had no power to impact policy as Black men as it relates to the macro. So I can't agree 100% that we gave our power away, but we did give our power away, and we do give our power away now when we allow women to disrespect us and disregard us. Now listen, guys, there's about 45 people in the group looking at the show. Thank you guys for watching. If you like what I'm doing, please share the content. If you have not donated, Donate to Cash App $7Smalls. Hit the super chat. Let's have a discussion, and then we're going to have some brothers to come on and share their consternation on why marriage is not a viable option. Keep listening.
With a husband, they were choosing meager benefits versus being with the man who was fully employed.
What I wanted to,
So-
what
so-
I was trying to argue with.
So the freedoms that women were allowed, what's going on in our community is not really represented in large numbers like with other people because our culture is different. And our culture in the Black community, we're only 13% of the population. We will never set policy in this country.
Right. That's my point.
We'll always be, and unless you're the majority, you can't.
And that's my point. So Kevin basically, qualified my position. That's at the macro level. We did not have the power at the macro level to impact policy. Listen, guys, it's only recently that Black people were allowed to vote. So Black men did not have the power at the macro level to impact policy as it relates to women destroying their families. But guess what, guys? You got the power now. Get your passport, focus on yourself, and get with women that are willing to cooperate with your program. If you find good sisters that are willing to cooperate, get with them. There are some good sisters that are listening to this program right now that believe in Black men and the Black family. So support sisters like that. Support sisters like my friend Gail Locker. She's a good sister. She's on the road to being married. She's a good woman. Good sisters like Dr. O. Good sisters like Mika G. And Back to Basics. Those are good Black women. But unfortunately, those women are far and few in between. So keep listening because we're going to have a discussion and we're going to talk about why our marriage rates plummeting and why Black men are giving away their power. Keep listening.
Can't set policy. Go ahead.
Well, what I was trying to argue wasn't the color issue was more of a gender thing, just because what I'm specifically talking about are the laws regarding employment, regarding welfare, regarding marriage, family law, and all of these laws that were changed during the women's rights movement. Right. And yes, I know that African-American Black women were not responsible for this, that they were just kind of dragged into it, but it had an effect on everyone and not just.
But it had an effect on everyone. It had an effect on everyone, but if you got to look at the numbers, the feminism movement was just something else on top of our culture being a problem. The issues that are experienced in the Black community are being experienced in other cultures, but not to the exponential rate of ours. So when non-Black women, when white women were given the right to vote, right, and the right to work, you had the women in the ERA, now National Organization for Women. Go watch a program called Miss America. They had women who were fighting Betty Verdin and all these people for the right to stay at home and raise kids.
And these people were
you had white feminists and white traditional. You had white feminist women and white traditionalist women fighting it out, but they were equally represented. See, the issue is not the freedom, because Black women are marrying at a 26% rate, right? The next lowest group of women is white women at 54%, so they're twice as married. All of the women in this country have the same rights, but Black women in this case are not doing what other groups of women are doing with the same freedoms. They're choosing to be alone, not just free.
So that's the culture, that's not the laws then.
And that's what was the surprise to white America. The white America assumed that when we give Black men a job, Black women will go and stay with their man. They were surprised that Black women chose meager benefits over being with a man, because that's not what white women did.
And that goes back to what a lot of men have been complaining about, that a lot of our women are very rebellious. I created a term called deaf. Kevin Samuels talked about something called sign language, which in my mind is a byproduct of avoidant behavior. But I created a concept called deaf to parrot that's based on something called cognitive dissonance. And deaf stands for when you present them with the evidence, they deny the evidence. They become enraged when you present them with the evidence. They argue and they attack the messenger instead of attacking the message through what's called an ad hominem attack. And after that, they will fight you or they will flee because they can't stand depression. And many times this shaming language or this ability to be deaf due to cognitive dissonance is rooted in rebellion. As I said earlier, power never conceded to anything without a struggle. It never have and it never will. And what I'm sharing to the good brothers that are listening, I love you guys. You don't have to concede your power. I like what Rashad Tillman Rashad said last night. Rashad Tillman, and he said, Rashad Malcolm Tillman, thanks for the $10 cash out, brother. Thank you, brother. And he was in my chat last night, and he was saying that he makes over 6 figures, and they still ignore him. And I say, to hell with that. You don't have to be ignored, brother. You're a good man. Get your passport up. Get ready to travel, because I promise you, not only with the money that you got, you will be a god in other countries. You don't have to settle for mediocrity in this cesspool called America. There are women in other countries that will love you. And see, that's why I do what's called non-diagnostic consultations. I've been helping a lot of black men behind the scene. And Rashad Malcolm Tillman, if you want to do a non-diagnostic consultation, please have a discussion with me. And we can talk about and give you parameters on how to become a better version of yourself. I'm not going to diagnose you because I don't live in your state due to comity laws. But I will help you work with the parameters that are impacting you in a negative way. But like I said earlier, a lot of our women are, they're rebellious. And because of their rebellion, they're going to suffer the recompense of their error. And so what Kevin is talking about is powerful. Many of our men have been so browbeating that they don't even know what their worth is. A man making $100,000 a year got to feel like he's less than. Just like I remember a time when I grew up in high school. The chicks that were, 400 pounds or 600 pounds, they were humble. But then you got 600-pound chicks saying that you got to be 6 figures, 6 feet tall, over a 6-inch penis, and you got to have all these damn standards, but they don't bring anything to benefit you as a man. And that goes back to what I say, that many see men as nothing but a utility, the commodification, a subjugation only to be used based on her selfish needs. And I'm telling you, men, if you work on yourselves, once you start traveling, because traveling is one of the 7 steps to becoming an optimized male, you're not going to see the world the same again. Your testosterone level is going to go up when you get around a feminine woman that genuinely loves you as a man. Keep listening. And shout out to James Pittman for the $10 super chat. Thank you, brother, for your always timely support. Much love, brother.
That's really what's at the core of the black community. As imprecise as I can say it, black women have a choice to be with black men, and they choose to rather take a little, to not have a guy. It's almost a source of pride for so many of our women to sit back and say, well, I'm strong and independent. What other group of women in this country in mass champions their strong, independent, and I don't need no man to the level to black women do? It's not the same.
I know none.
So I think this is why people were kind of getting at Anton when he was saying his issue with our culture. And our culture is not it's not a matriarchy or patriarchy, it's a gynocracy. Women above men. That's really at the base of our culture. Women are above the men in our culture.
Right.
So if the men start marrying out, if they start marrying out their race, what do you think that will be the effect on the black woman if this happens?
Well, the women in mass, the same thing is going to happen if they don't marry black men. They'll die by themselves.
Right.
It's the same thing. They're not. Here's the thing: they're not marrying black men. They're not marrying anybody. So what happens if you have a group of human females who,
and they're not marrying anybody because they think they're better than. They love their careers and their power more than they love the black family and the black community. And guess what? They're going to suffer the recompense of their error. And I tell black men to SYSBM, save yourself, black men. Save yourself. If you can't find the kind of woman that you want, if you can't find a woman that's willing to cooperate, save yourself, black man. Focus on yourself. Focus on your health, because black men and men in general tend to die off early, and many times it's due to stress. And you would be a damn fool to keep trying to deal with women that are not willing to get on your program and to cooperate. So save yourself, black man. Focus on yourself. Focus on your legacy. And if you want to plant your seed on further grounds abroad, plant your seed on further grounds abroad with the women that love and respect you as men.
Live their life alone. Do they impact the culture one bit?
It does.
During their lifespan, but after they die, what happens? There's no lineage.
Nothing.
Right.
Yeah, no lineage.
Right.
No culture.
Right. So if the men don't have women who are willing to be wives to keep the, let's just make this biological. I come at image from an animalistic standpoint. Let's look at it as human animals. If we as the men cannot get the seed of life into the next generation, our species dies. We cannot take the women and forcibly make them our mates. So you have to have women who are willing to be your mates to keep the species going.
That means you're going to have to adopt a new culture.
No, you need, this is what, okay, when China had an issue, because they had the one child rule in China, and where for the longest in China, Chinese parents are preferring to keep the male son over the daughters.
Mm-hmm.
But what happened? They started having an imbalance in available women.
Mm-hmm.
So what they started doing, they started importing women in from other parts of the world. This has always happened.
Mm-hmm.
This has always happened in Anchorage, in Alaska. They're like, the amount of men who are making six figures are incredible. It's like 16 men to one woman. They're importing women in those areas. You have to import women if you want to keep the species going, the culture going. Because if the transmitters of the culture are female and the females don't want to be wives, mothers, and transmit the culture, or if they only want to transmit a culture of, I'll go get a man's seed and then we'll run a gynocracy. What gynocracy has ever run this planet? Amazonia.
Can I ask you this?
Go ahead. And I'm gonna bring somebody else in after this one.
Okay, yeah, I'll hurry up. So my last question to you is this: what do you propose we do here in this country with this problem? Do you propose that we make it more desirable to be married? How can you make it more desirable for women?
Well, make it more desirable. This is a country on freedoms. People have free will. You don't. I said it. You make the market open, competition. Because then, effectively, the reason there's so many black men, reason why we're where we are is because many black men are more race loyal to us than black women. If they don't want to be married, you cannot make them. So, but there are more females on this planet than men. And it's already being done. That's the crazy part. So talking about it and bringing light to the issue is more than anything else. Because if you look at Time magazine, they posted that article a couple of weeks ago talking about marriage is becoming an elite institution. This is getting into the mainstream now because no country can survive without the fundamental institution of a community, which is nuclear family. You cannot have a country. You cannot have a strong country of singles. So I don't think we're far off from a conversation getting into the large mainstream about how to make relationships, i.e. marriage, more suitable to the men, because the men are just responding to the unfavorable marital conditions in this country. They just happen to be far more extreme in our community. You have to decide them. You really want to choose it, just like we had this national we can do whatever we want to if we decide to make it a priority. It just hasn't risen to the level of a national emergency. But in the black community, it's beyond national emergency. It's beyond national emergency. And we got to stop acting like it's not, because bottom line, if you looked at the broadcast I had with that young 26-year-old woman, I would tell you, you are hearing at least half of our women in their prime marrying years more worried about their careers, entrepreneurialism, getting the bag, living their life, doing their thing.
Right.
In the middle of their prime years, they're not even thinking about.
And see what they're doing, they're fulfilling family at the behest of their own selfish desires. And guess what? That's their right. But what I'm going to challenge to you men, don't get with women that after they had fun and built their relationships and built their careers, and then they see you as the cleanup man or the secondhand man. I like what the brother said earlier. I may have been so conditioned to think matriarchal that when they go to patriarchal countries, when a woman served them a meal, they don't know how to act because they've been so mistreated. When a woman cooperates, they don't know how to act. And many of these men go to countries and simp because they have been conditioned to see themselves as less than. When you become red pill, when you become awakened, you see things for what it is instead of living through the lie of the rose-colored glasses that my man, the Honorable Dr. T. Hassan Johnson talked about. And so I do these shows as a licensed therapist because I don't want to see no man suffer in silence. I want a man to get the outcome that his grandfathers and great-grandfathers got many years ago. Not get with women that don't value them and love them and see them as an accessory instead of seeing them as a man that they can love, honor, and respect. Keep listening.
Really wanting to settle down till 30. You cannot have a culture if the women don't want to be wives and mothers. Appreciate it, though.
You have to make 27 old again.
Well, you got to make 27 old. Well, actually, you don't have to do that. What you don't do is you don't change by arguing with them. You just change by the men starting to expand their horizons and letting the market sort itself out. So the black women who want to be competitive will find a way to make themselves competitive for the black men who want to have relationships. We have to stimulate the market. We cannot control human behavior. The market will correct itself.
Right. Thank you so much, Kevin, for your time.
All right,
It's nice
Fabio, you're next.
And not only is the market correcting itself, men are actually
we gotta stimulate the market,
doing what's best for them.
I want black women to win, but I want you to win by being an asset to a man, not by a man just having to settle down and say, "I'll take you," even though you don't want to act right. Go ahead, Fabio. Okay, you're not answering. You gotta unmute yourself. To the guys who have their hands raised, you have to unmute yourself. Hello.
Hey, what's going on?
Jason.
All right, let me do. Jason, how are you?
Hey, good brother. How are you doing this evening?
What's your question?
My question is, now that we are opening the market, how do African-American men begin the dating process with women outside of their ethnicity that they're not used to dating?
Well, honestly, I think one of the first things I have to do is get over the guilt.
Correct.
You got to get over that guilt that comes along with it. And I think what you do is you just look at Serena Williams, Meghan Markle, Eve, and everybody else who ain't got a shred of guilt to it. You got to remember, you got to remind yourself that they made the movie. Let's try something different. You got to remind yourself that this is not an idea that men have decided to do. It's a last resort. Because if men don't get wives and have children, you can't make a black community with 54% of the men single and childless and $1 that circulates 6 hours. We are going to be a minority in 2050. That's around the corner. So how do you do it? Black men are going to, one of the first things black men are going to have to start doing is, like it or not, you got to do something about your overall image, your appearance, your behavior, communication, the digital footprint. What works in our community does not work. What works in our culture does not translate in other cultures.
And that's the question I have for you, good brother, because oftentimes going out, even though we may be living in a major city that may be called a melting pot, many times ethnic groups assimilate with themselves in social settings. So you may have an Asian couple here, black.
What's the ultimate question, though? I mean, because let's make it real simple.
Sure.
Black men are going to have to continue to evolve.
Correct. How do we approach?
Hold on. We have been approaching the market on easy mode. How do we approach ethnicity? How do we approach different ethnicities? She's a female.
You said what, sir?
How do you approach her? She's a female.
Correct. Okay. Very good.
Here's the real question. I think the underlying question is, We know how to talk to black women. You don't know how to talk to non-black women. Let's just get real. I think that's really where this has come from. And I think in our community, our culture, we're too insular. We're not curious. We don't like, are we as curious as we need to be? No. Do we like to try new stuff? Have you ever tried to go out take brothers to a sushi bar?
I've
go
tried.
Salsa dancing? Huh?
Yes.
But
And the interest is very low oftentimes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Because when they're uncomfortable. Because they have not done the work to be comfortable in their own skin. You can be a black man at a sushi bar and still be black. But you don't have to put hot sauce on the sushi.
And Kevin is right. You have to get out. You have to travel abroad. You have to get out of your comfort zone to get the pleasantries of being with different ethnic groups. When I first went to Brazil, it was very weird because I was in a foreign country that spoke Portuguese. But the longer I stayed there, it became, very relaxing. And I'm going to be in a movie with Dr. Ron Neal, my man Chris Strongheart and I, and it's going to be more or less brokered by Al Grease. Al Grease did 2 movies, Frustrated 1, Frustrated 2, and he's coming out with Frustrated 3. And when you guys, when Al finally produces that movie, make sure you guys go support that movie. That movie is going to be a game changer for a lot of men in America. And we plan to go back. I plan to go back soon to celebrate the death of Charles Tyler, because Charles Tyler was an advocate for empowering black men. And so if you feel like you're not getting what you want in America, focus on yourself until you can get a passport, or just focus on yourself and get with women within the country that support you and support patriarchal ideas. And we're going to have a conversation in a few minutes. I'm going to, let you guys finish listening to how some of these men are so broken because they have a low self-esteem and they've been raised in matriarchal cultures where they don't deem themselves to be worthy.
And I will say this, good brother, before you go on, I'm in the mix, and I just wanted to let you know that the men in the mix are collaborating well, and that we are looking to build together, and we should be implementing additional, content to the black male media.
All right, appreciate it. See,
thank you, good brother.
See, I'm telling you, everybody has their hand raised, and I'm going to lower all the hands. If you have a real issue, I'm going to do this. I'm lowering all hands. If you have an issue or a real or disagreement, raise your hand, because I got all these people in the waiting room and all these people want to get in, and I cannot get to everybody. All right. This person that says, Romel, you're not on camera, so I'm going to pass you. All right, what's the issue? Okay, unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Hey, all right. Brother Kevin Samuels, this is Romel from Chicago, man.
How are you? What's the issue?
My issue is I've been studying this subject for many years. Going back to, I read the whole book, Shahjarat Ali, on understanding a woman,
okay.
Black woman, or whatever you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been trying to, you have been an inspiration.
Okay, but brother, I got a lot of people on. What's the issue? Disagreement.
Okay. Now, when a woman goes off and does something in your relationship, I married a woman, and she goes off and does something outlandish, and you got to deal with it. How do you handle that as a black man?
Okay, no disrespect, but that's not on the subject we're on right now. That's complete. That's not. I'm trying to stay on task with what I have on topic, because I have 10 people with their hand raised. So, guys, do me a favor, please. Only raise your hand if you have a disagreement or an issue with the concept of black men who want family relationship, marriage, spreading their options, opening their options. Those are the only people I'm talking to right now. All right, Ian, go ahead. Hello?
Hey, Kevin, good. How are you?
I'm well. How old are you?
I'm 34.
All right, so what's the issue?
So I'm married to a white woman. And the big thing that you will actually experience is the family in terms of how the wealth moves forward. Okay, so my family, we're
Byron Allen or Damon John smoking a cigar, playing some golf, or talking business.
I think probably 25% based
Then
on the
that's 25% of people, and that's 25% of people that I don't really necessarily want to deal with if they're making business decisions based on race alone.
I understand. I mean, I agree with.
And it's because they disagree. So what? So you mean to tell me the other way? Serena Williams, Meghan Markle, Eve, black women have a problem with her showing up at the Black Girl Magic thing?
Kevin, I'm in agreement with you.
Well, but my point is that I get what you're saying, but what we're saying is that only black women are allowed to marry out successfully. And
look at how browbeaten this young brother is. You know, we're concerned about if our women are going to get upset if we decide to date out or marry abroad. Listen, guys, you only got one life. You will die at some point and stand before your creator, whatever creator you believe in. I tend to believe in the God of the Bible, but if you don't believe in that, that's fine. But you're going to stand before your creator at some point. And to live your life being concerned about someone that is not concerned about you is a fool. You will be a fool to be concerned about someone that's not concerned about you. And so I tell men to live your best life. Many men have died. Many men, you can hear the echoes from the grave site with so many stories that have been untold. The pain tells the story of so many men in the graveyard. They didn't get a chance to tell their story because they didn't have nobody to listen to their pain. And as a licensed therapist, that's why I take this stuff serious. That's why I put all this energy and time into these shows, because I want to see men empowered. I want to see smiles on men's faces. I want to see men like the American Brazilian that went abroad and got his beautiful wife, Talita. I want to see men smile like my dear friend El Guapo. You know, he's about to marry his beautiful wife soon at some point, and she's from Colombia, I believe. I want to see men smile, because to work and to die off and then that woman take your property and she go marry another man after you built all that wealth, how's that benefiting you as a man? So we're going to listen to what this brother's saying in a few minutes, and then Gail is going to drop the link. Thank you, Gail, for your helping me out. I really appreciate it, sis. And then we're going to drop the link, and we're going to have a discussion why many men are repelled by marriage and why black men are so race loyal, and was Jamie Foxx right in his pronouncements about denying marriage in this current time that we live in.
And black women don't lose their black card for doing it, but black men do. That's bullshit.
I 1,000% agree with you.
And I'm saying that you said people have a problem with it. So what? I mean, let's just be real. The people who would have a problem with it, what they gonna do about it?
I think it's irrelevant. I think that if you're a black man, you stay on your purpose, like alpha male strategies say, it'll take care of itself.
I guess the bigger question is the people who have a problem with it. I'm gonna just be real. What power do they have to do anything other than talk?
I mean, it's cheap. Talk is cheap. I mean, it's
exactly. Robert Smith. How many people? Let me just do this real quick. How many people are pro blackity blick black black blickity blick 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 black? But when Robert Smith said, "I'm going to pay all your tuition in Morehouse," all of a sudden their red, black, and green card got lost that day. How many black men said, "You know what? I don't want you to discharge my debt based on the fact that you got a white woman. I'm pro-black." Thank you. See, what you're saying is based in women's opinions. That's what the first thing I heard. The people gonna have a problem with it was men born under a gynocracy,
right?
Looking through the eyes of a woman, because there is nothing. I would shout out to Brother Damon John and all those other brothers. I want to meet these men, and I think, why should we not have our black business class and intelligentsia? Robert Smith, Damon John, Byron Allen. Are we kidding? What? No, I'm just saying. Just think about this. What other race of men kicks men like that out based upon what? Their mate choice?
Only black.
Yeah, that's why reclamation makes sense because there's no reason those brothers should not be there because Harry Belafonte, one of the most active civil rights people of his generation.
But Kevin, it's programmed. I mean, black
by
people,
who?
It's programmed by the political system we have here.
Okay, we're talking about black men.
Has done such a great job.
But see, I'm not. Nope, I won't do that. I don't care about that. Black men have a mind and balls.
Right, I agree, Kevin.
And the stuff we're talking about is counterproductive chit chat that doesn't do anything. This world is about power. And if we are going to be a group of men to be taken seriously, we need all of our business class, our hands on deck to you go into a room. I would rather go into a room with Robert Smith, Byron Allen, and Damon John than somebody who's going to sit back and worry about what their wife look like. Shit. Boy, please.
I agree.
I mean, it's good. I get what you're saying, but even to talk about it sounds crazy. Somebody's going to have a problem with it. Fuck them. Hold on, I got to get to somebody else too.
All right. So we're going to have a discussion because, as I said earlier, power never conceded without a struggle, and it never have and it never will. Gail, drop the link. I want the guys to come in and also some of the sisters, and we're going to talk about the power differential that many black men are deferring because they're more concerned about what a woman thinks. Let me tell you guys something. As a man, women only respect power and strength. That's all they respect. And so when you have a cantankerous woman that's trying to challenge your power and authority as a man, you can do one of two things. You can either become a subject of her, do a process called the commodification of subjugation, and Dr. T.S. Johnson talked about the CompuServe, or you can stand on 10 toes and be a man. What are you going to do? Because you're going to die at some point. And the last stage of your psychosocial development is called ego integrity versus despair. And that psychosocial stage of development basically means that on your deathbed, you're going to ask yourself the question, have I lived my life to its fullest? Or are you going to be on your deathbed before you take your last deep breath and cross over into the glory world, angry, bitter, and frustrated because you have been conditioned to be a slave to a gynocentric system that's not give a damn about you as a man. So ask yourself the question, are you ready to sharpen your mind? Are you ready to restructure that negative schema? Because some of you men have a schema affliction too. And that schema, more or less, is a fixated way of thinking. It's a pattern of thinking that's based on fear. God has not given you a spirit of fear. You are the first fruit of his creation. He made you a man. Eve came from you. You didn't come from her. So why are you guys bowing to a gynocratic system? Women respect power. And the ones that are not willing to cooperate, you kick them out of your life because men in other countries, they don't tolerate disrespect. And so I'm going to keep having these conversations in private, but also publicly when I do these non-diagnostic consultations. And Gail has given you guys the link to see me because I'm helping a lot of men behind the scene. I'm helping these brothers with these thinking errors. So JC, you popped in. Pop back on, brother. Let's have a conversation. Gail, drop the link once again, dear. Thank you so much. Let's have a conversation because I want to hear from the men, but also I want to hear from the sister. Why are black men conceding their power? Why are black men giving up? Why are black men not challenging the gynocracy? Why are so many black men so mentally broken and despondent as it relates to change? So guys, come on, let's have a discussion. I want to hear from the guys. Should men get married in this current culture that we have called America? Should men focus on themselves through SYSBM? Should men travel abroad? And is Jamie Foxx correct? It's about 64 people listening. Let's have a conversation. Please join the conversation. Gail has so kindly dropped the link. And let's talk about it. Because when you know better, you do better. So I want some of the guys to come on and talk. If not, I'm going to keep playing the link by Kevin as he's, talking to some of these emasculated men mentally because you can't get better until you start loving yourself. Debo said that I understand what is taking place. I do not agree with interracial coupling and interracial reproduction. Yeah, I understand in a way, and I do agree. I respect that, brother. Debo also said, I really don't want a black woman within 10 feet because they are iffy on a daily basis. So it sounds like to me you believe that they are fickle. And that's your right. But let's have a conversation. Gail has dropped the link. Let's have a conversation because we can't get better until we have these conversations. We can't get better until we have these conversations. You're right, Red Pill Awareness. I'm trying to keep it real because if it ain't 7, it ain't kosher. If it ain't kosher, it ain't right. And in Hebrew, kosher means to be fit and proper. So I'm trying to be fit and proper, and I want you guys to have a discussion. So let's have a discussion, guys. Gail has dropped the link, and I'm waiting for you guys to talk. But until you guys talk, I'm going to keep playing these clips from Kevin about how some of these men are so emasculated.
The reclamation. If black women can be married to a non-black man and not lose their black card, why should a black man lose it? Go ahead, Jeff. Go ahead, unmute yourself, Mr. Brown. Okay, I'm going to ask you to do it again.
Okay, am I in? Can you hear me?
Go ahead. How are you?
I am well, sir. Real quickly, it is your time to tell the truth.
All right, my man Mike, hold tight. Let me pause this. Let's have a discussion. And what's your take, Mike, on the prospect of marriage? Let's have a conversation, guys. Mike is joining us. So
yeah,
ahead,
thank you. Thank you very much. It's funny, yeah, because I discovered you online about 6 months ago. I started following you. Before that, I was following a host of other Black Manosphere content creators. I live in London, right? I'm Nigerian by by nationality, and I'm British as well.
Yes, sir.
Listen, yeah, it's the same everywhere. Marriage for men these days is the prospect of marriage, or the sense in it is decreasing. It just doesn't make sense. Like, you want a man, you want to meet a woman, and a woman who's cooperative, develop a relationship with somebody who sees you as a leader in the house, so as a responsible person. But at the same time, you also want someone, you don't want someone who sees the police, the government, and all these corporations as above you. If that's the case, then it's not going to work. So why sign your life away with a woman like that in the West? You know, when you have no authority. And when I say authority, I don't mean like you want to become a lord over a woman or something. No, I'm just talking about respect. You know, being a man in the house, being able to raise your kids, to direct affairs in your house, in your family. And if the prospects are bleak, why sign that paper? One thing I've noticed is that the concept of relationship and marriage in the West is so much changed over the years, but the marriage certificate that people are signing hasn't changed. It doesn't make sense.
Explain that, brother, in your own terms. What does that mean to you?
It means I've noticed changes in social media, pop culture, culture generally, relationships. Trends have changed over the years, right? But the marriage certificate that the government want people to be signing hasn't changed. It doesn't make sense to sign that marriage certificate if you don't find someone that cooperates with you.
I totally
agree.
Make sense. I totally agree. I think the marriage laws are very archaic and outdated. I think men come into relationships, as I said earlier, being romantic. Women come into relationships being modern and pragmatic. And because of that, many men are caught up in a chasm when they realize that the women are not thinking the same way as them. Women got hip to the game. They still want traditional benefits while they remain modern.
Exactly.
But there's a terminology that I call many men are going to do something called taxation without representation and the mental breaking of the American male. And so you're from Nigeria. You know, I did my DNA ancestry, so we are actually family because
really?
I'm 43% Nigerian based on
I'm UK
DNA.
based. I'm Nigerian as well. So it's the same over here, man. I consume a lot of African American content online, and really, black men over here are facing the same problem, the same kind of problem being faced over there. I just thought I'd chip that in pretty quick. Thank you very much for the contents and stuff. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you popping in. Thank you, Mike.
Cheers.
And so, guys, you seeing that in more Western country that negative demon called feminism is popping her head up. Also, in other countries as well, black men are losing visibility in those countries that have more or less liberal ideas. But that's British, as D said. But it's 55 people in. Thank you for Rashad and also Mr. Pittman for donating. But with the 55 people that are listening, please donate to the show. I'm going to see clients in a few minutes. As a licensed therapist, these shows are very time consuming. And I'm not one to beg. And if you don't have any money, please share the content. But if you have not donated, donate to Cash App $7 Smalls, because I love you guys and I want to see you men, you guys, men and women, do well to the good sisters that are listening. But also, I want somebody else to drop in. I want one of the brothers, another brother, to drop in. Low End Theory, what's up, brother? Cam up for the people. Low End Theory, I want to see your face. When you come in, guys, please cam up if you can. If you're at work, I understand. But cam up. So Low End Theory, what are you getting from this conversation? We had a good conversation last night about the $50,000 hustle. What are you getting from this conversation, brother, about marriage and how so many men have become subjugates to this whole new thing called marriage? What's your take on the conversation, brother?
Well, it's our conversation last night and the one today. And, I'd like to say something about the whole, when we were talking about Byron Allen, Robert Smith, and in my opinion, it's not a disconnect based on who they are, who they chose as mates. Mm-hmm. The disconnect comes from their financial status and what men haven't obtained, black men, because we have those who feel like men shouldn't divest from the community, and when men become wealthy, it's the lie that the first thing that they do is go find a white woman. I mean, right. by and large, by percentage, that's not true. Right. Most wealthy black men, they're married to black women. Right. You have your few, of course. The NBA and the football players. That's the smaller percentage of our black men. Although they are a larger percentage of our wealthy black men. But I think with the hoteps and who have a problem with black men finding non-black women to marry, I think it's more of a financial thing than who they chose as a mate. Right. They use who they chose as a mate to make that argument. Mm-hmm. But you love who you love. You love, right? They chose to go a different route. We don't know their past or their history. They may have had some horrendous relationships with black women. Not to say that that's not their first love, mm-hmm. but because they decided that they wanted to marry somebody that's non-black. At what point do we just let that go? Because it's a non-starter, really. And because black men, now I will say this: all men at a point are loyal to their own race. Right. All men are loyal to their own race. Mm-hmm. But when it comes to the problems that you've had and your experiences as a man who marries or just intrinsically for they love, they're going to find the person that best gives them that opportunity, whether mm-hmm. they're black, white, Hispanic, Filipino, however that goes. So I think that's a whole non-starter. And so men marrying black women nowadays, based on how our culture is now, right, the chances are slim and none. Mm-hmm. And that's not men's fault. I mean, we bear a little bit of the responsibility, but by and large, men have always wanted to marry their own women. If your own woman is not fit for you to marry, but you still want to be married, you're going to marry somebody that's not from your own race. Right. That's just natural. Right. And I think we need to kind of, get off of black men's backs. Just get off our backs, because, if we want to find love, we're going to find it where we can find it. Not necessarily, we don't want to dig through the pile of dirt and used goods to try to find a gem, because most likely you're not going to find it.
Right. And you're correct. I think what's going on is Kevin is saying that if a man want to exercise his option outside, he shouldn't be scrutinized. You're correct. Black men tend to marry black women by and large. But what he's saying is that if you get with powerful men that have money and those powerful men say, listen, I want to exercise my options outside of the community and still be pro-black, he's saying that they should have the ability to exercise that power without being demonized. Maya Angelou married a white man. She was with a white man. Serena Williams married a white man, but they weren't ostracized. But we live in a gynocracy that when a black man does it, then all of a sudden, your mama black. You know? And you know, like Mr. Palmer said on his show Saturday, and I've said it myself, your mama black, but what about your daddy? And so that's what happens. We don't value fathers in our community. We don't value fathers. Anytime black men say something against bad behavior, many women tend to retort and say, your mama black. And I say, what the hell that got to do with anything? Your mama black. Okay, what's your point? I'm not marrying my mama. I'm not sleeping with my mama. And I love my mama, but guess what? My mama can get this work.
Exactly.
My sisters can get this work. My aunts and all of them, they can get. I don't care about because I'm a man. I'm a man's man. I'm a fiery man. I'm full of fire. I'm a Leo.
Right.
And so anybody can get this work. If a man can get it, a woman sure as hell can get it. So I don't bow to no man or woman. I respect all men and women, but I bow to none. I never have, and I never will. And it's got me in trouble in the past. But I don't bow to no man. Me and my mom have clashed in the past. I love my mom, but my mom can get this work. If she disrespect me as a man, I'm not. I don't bow just because that's my mama. So what's your point? I love my mama, but she's gonna respect me if she's gonna be in my life, and that's any woman. And so I do these shows to encourage men. I do these shows low in theory to let men know that they have value outside of their homes and their communities. So many men go home broken, sitting in cars, taking deep breaths, talking about before I go in because I want to argue. What kind of man does that? You are so broken that you can't even be a man in your own home because you're worried about your wife.
Right.
You know, you got these goofy guys to say, well, my wife made me sleep on the couch. Man, what kind of man are you, man? If I bought that couch, I'm not sleeping on the couch. You can go downstairs and sleep on the couch yourself. But if I bought that couch, if I bought the bed, I'm going to sleep in my own bed. And if you don't want to be in the bed with me, you can get up and go downstairs. So I'm not getting up. And so that's what men need to do. Men need to stand firm on their standards as men and be masculine because, once again, women only respect power and strength. So to the people that are listening, if you can't cam up, you can call in. You can call in on the number. I think Gail said she heard my numbers. My phone is on this mixing board that I got. You can actually call in live. You can literally call in by dialing the number, and you can be heard live. So it's almost like a live show. This equipment is very expensive, over $1,000, but I like what I do. I love the brotherhood, and I want to encourage black men to do well. So Black Oral Speak, I see you, man. You can pop on at some point too. But low and dear, you were married, correct?
Yes, I was.
Let's talk about marriage and what you got out of it and what you learned from being married as a black man. What would you tell the young men about what not to do as it relates to conceding power to your wife?
Well, the first thing is get your better yourself, get your life in order. You if you decide to bring a woman into your life, you bring her into the things that you own. Never move in with the woman. Never move in with the woman. Never tie yourself to anything financially with the woman that you don't own yourself. That's one thing that I had to learn. I learned it the hard way. Get your own house. All of your own businesses. Get all of that yourself. Walk into that and bring a woman into what you already possess and own, your assets. But what you do have to be careful of is trying to partner with a woman as it pertains to the things that you've already acquired.
Right.
Don't do that. Because what you have to do is keep her in the position of being a wife and a helpmeet. That does not necessarily mean that you have to be in business with her, that you all have to start businesses, because in this current society that we live in, that empowers women. And before you know it, you'll be in competition.
Right.
So never put yourself in a position to where you're competing with the woman.
Right.
Bring her into your world and the things that you've already acquired.
I totally agree. Right. You're right, brother. The more leverage you have in the relationship, the more power that you have, because you can best believe they coming in trying to gain leverage. And shout out to my man, Uncle Stu, for the $10 super chat. Thank you, brother. If you want to pop on Uncle Stu, you always be dropping out hot fire, man. So shout out to my man, Uncle Stu. What's up, brother? How you doing, sir?
Shout out to you. Let me turn this other stream down.
All right, all right.
Shout out to you, sir, Dr. Kosher Condition.
How you doing, brother? Thank you for the super
doing
chat.
well,
man.
sir. I see that you are Eagle Pride. My sister graduated from.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Central.
Oh, no doubt.
You
Eagle
know,
Pride, no doubt.
I had to represent Greensboro up there for 17 years, so you know I had to hang out with them Aggie Pride people.
No doubt, no doubt. But real quick, shout out to my man Jay Para. Thank you, and I want you to, because I love your insight, Uncle Stu. But shout out to Jay Para for the $25 super chat. Thank you, brother. Love you. What frustrates me is that women use the example of the 10% dusties as an example of all the problems with black men. However, I tell them to evaluate, and those men are not the body politic of the black male community. And Jay Para is 1,000% correct. We tend to equivocate all black men as being Raekwon and Man. Raekwon, Man, and Shermite. We tend to equivocate all black men as that. And men and women have bypassed good men, Uncle Stu and Low in theory, chasing after the degenerates of the world. But then after they get used up and ran through, then they want to come back and say all black men are bad. But you look past the good brother that was reading his books when he was in college. You look past the black man that you call the square because he was trying to do the right thing. You look past him. And now your time has come. Winter is here. You know, and there was a young woman, it was an older woman by the name of Paco. She was talking about how winter is here. And she said her time is up because she did not take advantage of her youth. And as the gospel say, charm is vain and beauty is fleeting, but who can find a virtuous woman? What happened, Uncle Stu, to the virtuosity of the modern woman, in your opinion, brother?
In my opinion, what happened to the modern woman is that the church pimped her out. You know, in my humble view, being one that studied theology, what happened was the African American church needed more money. So in order to get that money, you get rid of the man, because the only true leadership is a man will follow another man. But he's not going to follow just any man. He's only going to follow a strong man. And you had too many men that they did not want to be in that environment. Right. So what is just like the Bible says, what happened to Ahab? Ahab may have been a king by the crown, but who ruled the power?
Right.
Jezebel. You know, and when you get to Ahab, you always hear it in scripture, is that God says he committed a worse sin than the ones before him. So you got men that sold out the crown to the woman.
Right.
And we've had many men that have sold out the crown and the power to a woman. And when you give that power to a woman and she does not know how to wield the power, what end up happening? We end up becoming reprobated in our minds.
Yes, sir.
We end up coming from alpha to beta. And what is the alpha man? The whole man. What is the beta man? The broken man. What did you say? The most dangerous man is the broken man.
Right.
You see? So what you really got is a bunch of broken men.
Yes, sir. Right.
You see? And then we sold them on an image and a false god. So when they were chasing drug dealers, that was the false image of an alpha male.
That's true. I agree with that. Right.
He's nothing but a beta male in an alpha Superman costume.
I agree with that. Yes, sir.
But he's really nothing but a broken Clark Kent. So what we have to do now is formulate, and translate the truth and allow the outcomes to speak for itself. You see, and you two gentlemen is old enough. I marched during 1995, Million Man March. So this is nothing new under the sun. What they're mad is that these brothers has now leveled up,
right?
Become alpha men, and now set a standard. So what we have to do is take them back to the Bible and teach them what their pastor taught them, which was a lie.
Right. I agree with that. And there was a time when men were pillars, not only in the community, but also in their family. And listen, Uncle Stu, is really an age-old question. Theology talks about it. Theologians call it original sin, but also in the book of Genesis, it says that she will have a desire for her husband, but he will rule over her. And ruler does not mean he treat her like a slave, but it basically means I'm going to guide you, because if I don't guide you, you'll be easily persuaded by outside forces. Many of our women have been compromised. Some of them chose to be compromised through rebellion, Uncle Stu. But some of them made mistakes. I love, TJ with Mosaic, and she talks about the mistakes she's made, but now she's changed her behavior, and I respect that woman. But some women are not willing to change. Kevin said it poetically. Right. He said that many, they got money, status, but they're not willing to give up that power. They're more concerned about their careers. And I'm not against that. If you want your career, fine. But get ready to deal with the recompense of your error, because automation is taking over. And a lot of those jobs that our women had are not coming back. And so now what you see a barrage of women running back under the guise of what's called femininity, right? But they're not really feminine. It's just a mirage, because they want security and protection, which is their default mechanism, because all women want to be protected. But as I said earlier, Uncle Stu, the kosher hypergamy versus the carnal hypergamy is that kosher hypergamy is fit and proper. It does not seek to exploit your grandmom and your great-grandmom. Many of those women practice kosher hypergamy. But modern women practice what's called carnal hypergamy. They seek to exploit men to the point that when that man is broken, he's only a shadow or a shell of his own self. What's your take on that? And then I'm gonna let my man, what's your name, brother? Joseph Benjamin speak. And then I'm gonna show you guys a clip where you got these wicked women now saying that Kevin Samuels is the new mister. So keep talking, brother.
Well, I'm gonna use this. I'm gonna agree with you 100%. I'm gonna take you back a couple of verses in that same Genesis book and show you how, because when you talk about original sin coming from St. Augustine, who classified that term, you got to go all the way back to how the preacher is taking that scripture and took it out of control. The first thing that most preachers will say is the reason Eve ate the fruit was because Adam wasn't in his place. So he already stripped the woman of accountability, but the Bible did not strip her of accountability. He first heard Adam accountable, then he made her accountable, then he had to address both of them. So a lot of these women don't even realize that their pastor or preacher or bishop or whatever he feels like entitling himself took away the accountability from the very beginning. So most of these women don't even realize that they came under original sin. Because they'll say the original sin was the blame of the man, not the blame of both of them. Because I always ask the question, Eve ate of the forbidden fruit, but the question was, why was she talking to something that she wasn't supposed to be talking to in the garden anyway? She had free will. And too many women is talking to the wrong tree. You had a man to talk to. So why are you talking to something that ain't even equal to you?
Right.
You see? So then you go to where you went to. You see? So what we got to fight back is, at least on my side, I got to fight back the cryptic theological teachings that has taken place. Being that you're in North Carolina, I'm a graduate of John Wesley Bible College, right there in High Point. One of the most conservative Bible colleges in North Carolina.
Right.
So the things that we learned, I think it's a shame that I went to a white college and learned more about black theology than going to a black church. You know, so we gotta go and I gotta fight it on a scriptural matter of what's being taking place.
Right,
Kevin
Uncle Stu.
Samuels is
Uncle
not
Stu.
I'm sorry.
Hold your point, brother. I want to get out this shout out. I apologize.
Oh, no
shout out to
problem.
the casual observer for this $2 super chat. He says that black women want top bottom 10%, and then a common 60 to 99,000 average for. I don't know what it means. I don't know what it means by that. But keep talking. But thank you, casual observer. Thank you. Then I'm gonna let Joseph Benjamin talk. Go ahead.
Okay. So you got to go back to re-educating them spiritually so that they can understand. But I hate to say this, cultural condition. I think some of them are just going to have to die in the wilderness.
Right. But that's what happened to the Israelites.
We can't save them all because Jesus says, I only came for the lost and those that recognize they lost.
Right.
You know, we can sit up here and talk about the world. No, he didn't. He came to save those that are lost. So when you recognize you lost, you're going to recognize your leadership. But those ain't going to recognize his voice because they're not coming back.
Right. We're living in very dark times. And, you know, shout out to my man, Tim Howard. Tim Howard is correct in his pronouncements. And Tim Howard says that give not thy strength unto a woman, nor thy ways to which destroyeth the kings.
Yes, right.
And you get an applause for that, Tim Howard, because I agree with that. Men, when they concede their power, they don't gain power. They actually lose power. But Uncle Stu, hold your point. I want Joseph Benjamin to come in and join the conversation. What are you getting from this conversation, brother? And you appear to be from Ghana, Nigeria. Where are you from, brother?
Oh, me? Oh, no, I'm from from Detroit. Far from it.
Say there's some places in Detroit that look like Ghana, though.
You look West African, man, but go ahead, brother.
It seemed like this gentleman in the blue, he was talking about from the Christian perspective.
Yeah, I can speak Christian or Islamic, but the only reason why I use Christianity is because that's in America, that's the dominant religion. Overusing the Quran and the Sunnah.
That's true. Well, I've been to a lot of churches too, and yes, it is a problem. I think a lot of women kind of gravitate towards the power and authority of a man. For example, your pastors, your bishops, they have a lot of charm and charisma, and they command the stage. They have a presence, and it kind of most women look to those type of men, and they also have money as well. They have status. They have a lot of things going for themselves, seemingly that women naturally expect and want from a man. So when they go to these churches, they initially go there looking for their man, and then they kind of make their pastors or the bishops their man by proxy, right? So they show up like every Saturday or Sunday looking for that. Meanwhile, there are men to the right, to the next to them, who are sitting in the pews with them. But they don't necessarily want those type of men. They want the guy that's on stage who's presenting themselves as a man.
Yes, sir.
So, you know, if they were to get with these men who are in the pews, I've seen it, they tend to still defer to their pastor or their bishop instead of the man that they're with in the very same church. So you got a lot of men who I feel if they don't match in terms of the power and the authority of that man on stage, they're not going to want to go to church, and they don't want their women going to that church, because these women, what they tend to do is they tend to fall in love with these men. They tend to hoop and holler with these men. They jump on command for those men, and I don't blame them. I don't fault them for it. I mean, I say it is what it is. I mean, a man has to be confident in his own skin going into an environment like that. It's not a competition, but these, you know, if those are the type of women they want to get with, then that's the kind of those are the type of men that they're competing with. Now, from the doctor's point of view, I think he was talking about from like a mental aspect or how women operate from a mentality or like some sort of disconnect with what reality is and what the reality is that they want. Am I getting that right?
Right. You're close. Yeah. So more or less, a lot of women operate through what's called carnal hypergamy. What you're talking about is in a woman's nature, but a true spiritual woman does not exercise that power. It's in her to act that way, but she chooses not to because she has ethics and morals. She doesn't seek to exploit the man. Go ahead, Uncle Stu. Go ahead, brother.
Right. And here's my pushback, and I'm going to give some biblical principles to that. That what you see in the pulpit is not the anointing of God, it's the pimping of the saints. See, a true man will not allow that to be done. Now, just to show it to you, if you go back to the Old Testament and you go back to Moses, right? Moses had leadership over this whole children of Israel, right? And you'll find in scripture where his father-in-law says, Moses, why do you have all these people coming to you for their problems? Moses says, because I was the leader. And he checked Moses and said, no, they have leaders. Those are the elders who are to lead them. These pastors seduce these women in order to manipulate them out of their financial resources. So a broke woman is constantly giving up her finances. A whole woman will not be all of that. Because, see, the Bible says, since they always like to quote the book of Malachi, look at the book of Malachi and look at the first chapter. God is talking to the leadership. Jesus talks to leadership. So a man is supposed to be leading men. And a man that cannot lead another man is not worthy to be called a man.
Right.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
So when you see a pastor, just like where I come from, we're not supposed to be ministering directly to these women. We're supposed to be ministering to the man. Why?
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I don't see that at all.
Any religion, whether it's Christianity, the foundation, Judaism, Islam, Buddhism, Hinduism, it is all based on the structure and the foundation of men. It has never been on the backs of women. Jesus didn't even start his ministry on the backs of women. He started it on the backs of what? 12 men.
I don't know about that one. I'm not so sure about that one.
Let me prove it to you.
Hold tight, Uncle Stu, because Low End Theory, he had his hand up. Go ahead, Low End Theory. Look, you want to qualify that.
Well, I think I hear what you're saying, but I think the literal walking that out literally doesn't work. I mean, it worked back in the AD days, but in 2021 or throughout time, we've had things have matriculated to look different ways. Now, to be literal about it, I think that's kind of a reach. My father's a pastor. My father's he's a bishop, and throughout all of the times that I've seen him in his ministry, I can't say there's ever been a time where my father hasn't been integrous. Now, I know because of my father's influence in church, throughout this country, I know a lot of preachers and pastors. And yes, as the young man has said, and as you have said also, these pastors have used their position and their power in ministry to take advantage of women. And what is created is an imbalance between men and women, because now my father has always been a good delegate. He's delegated power always, because the membership is large, so you can't minister to all of those people all of the time. You have to have women that are delegated to lead women, men that are delegated to lead men, a certain level of youth that are dedicated to lead the youth, and all types of things. But what you have now is a lot of renegade pastors who are, first of all, have gone from under denomination and reformation, because now getting from under the denomination of Reformation takes the control away. And so now you are incorporated, and now you become a renegade, and nobody leads you, only you lead yourself.
Right. And you said earlier, no man could do that, but what everybody doesn't recognize is we say that, but guess what? Explain to me why Kevin Samuels got more people hearing him Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and those are mostly men. Why are there so many men running to hear O'Shea do Jackson? Then if you want to sprinkle into Islam, they run into Obsidian. And now they're recognizing, hey, I can run the Kosher Condition. I can run to this man. So they're tuned in to true leadership of men that is restructuring that whole dichotomy. Sooner or later, the backbone of the feminist church has got to die. And like I said, there will come a time where some people, whether I like it, you like it, Culture Condition like it, they're going to have to die.
And I will say this.
In their sins.
Go ahead.
I will say this. Really, when people really take a look at it, the Bible is the most red pill book ever written.
Very red pill. I agree with that. I agree with you 180%.
And I'm going to tell you, you know what you just confirmed?
I agree with you 100%. Right.
Culture Condition, that, you know what? You just confirmed something. I had breakfast with Intentional Millionaire, you know, helping me to make sure I got all my paperwork squared away for this business. And you know, he told me that he said, Uncle Stu, you have such a deep-rooted knowledge of scripture and of Bible and of theology. You need to go on and just take that book and explain to men and women everything little by little in that Bible and explain to them where they went wrong. Because I was breaking all this down earlier. You know, and then you just basically confirmed exactly what he said. Because I was on the same person he was talking about, JP, and you basically say the 10-minute clip that she clipped me with was all preaching, but it was telling women, forget Kevin Samuels. I'll challenge you on basic history within the last 20 years. If you are right, let's pretend you right. Everything you did was right. You needed power. You wanted all of this stuff. What's the outcome? Your kids can't, your sons can't read above the third grade level. Majority of the brothers going to
I agree with that. I agree
don't
with
have
that.
a man.
Right. Absolutely.
I agree with that.
You know, you sit up here, you wanted this particular vice president. She was sisterhood all the way until she rose her right hand. Then she recognized her mama's identity. You know, but then I asked the question: could Barack Obama have a white woman and became president? But she got a white man, she became vice president. We seeing hypocrisy here.
Right. And you know what, Uncle Stu, you're correct. You know, that's why I said that unfortunately some of our women were compromised, but some of them chose power over the family and the black community. But all the Mason guys, it's going to take a lot of jobs from a lot of women. All the Mason is going to take a lot of jobs away. And Isaiah said that there will become a time where there will be 7 women to 1 man.
Yes.
Some of you going to have to share.
Coach, you about to get me kicked out the house now. Stop.
Because
this is my house and my name. You're going to get me kicked out.
Because when some of you had, you know, the power to get a good man, just like Low End Theory said, my man Joseph Benjamin, y'all look past the good men for dusty, unproductive men. And now black men are going through an awakening. They're going through an awakening. And that's why I started this channel as a licensed therapist. I went to the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, grad school. I went to Central undergrad, Eagle Pride. And, you know, even though my school is liberal and I love my school, UNC, so many black men are looking to be empowered. You're not going to find another person in this space. They're going to give it to you raw like me, because I give it kosher style. It's unfiltered. Right. I give men a chance to speak. And I love the women that listen to these shows, but I will not compromise my message because women are part of it. I'm not going to do that, because see, some of these women come on these platforms not to learn, like the Gail Lockers that love to learn, like the Dr. O's and the Mika G's and the Back to Basics. They come on to try to change your message because they want power and control. Yeah, and I got the spirit of Jehu, man. I'm not going to compromise my message.
Yeah,
I refuse to.
I had that happen to me, but I caught it right on time. So, you know, like I tell everybody, I'm very deep in the word. So no weapon formed against me will prosper. You know, so please understand that, because I've been through too much. Right. I've been through too much. You know, I've been a single parent. I've been the brother who was a victim of domestic violence.
Right. Wow. Let's talk about that. Talk about that, Uncle Stu. Let's talk about you being a victim of domestic violence. But let's talk about modern marriages compared to the marriages that you saw as a young man growing up in New York. Because I know you're from Brooklyn, right? Or Bronx. Were you from Brooklyn?
I'm one of them bougie black ones. I was Upper West Side Manhattan.
Oh, Manhattan. Okay, Manhattan. Not Manhattan, but Manhattan.
I was
Manhattan.
Bougie brothers, yeah.
So you bougie. You from Manhattan. So let's talk to the audience, Uncle Stu. Share with the younger men, because just like the gospel said, let the older women teach the younger women. But I think older elders need to teach young men as well. But what did you see growing up as a baby boomer, and where did you concede power so that these young men won't concede power in relationships? Because there are some men that want to get married. Men like Jamie Foxx says no benefit, and I agree, because I probably never do it again unless I get a traditional woman. I've been married for 26 years. And then there are men that want wives, but they don't feel like most modern women are wife ready. So what would you tell the young men about how you can see the power as a man? And to the 6 to 8 that are listening, please share the content. Please share this content, because some men need to be see the power of true masculinity. And if you have not donated, donate to Cash App $7Smalls or hit the super chat. But go ahead, Uncle Stu. Let's talk about where you can see the power as a man.
I would say, in all honesty, we was taught sociologically really to be a beta male.
I agree with that.
We was taught in the 80s to be a beta male. We was taught to be a beta male all the way up until 1995, because this is what allegedly was appealing to women. You know, we was taught that they was the prize. We was taught that they are the queens. We was taught to understand the sympathy and to empathize. It came in around that era in where black women in the 70s, going into the 80s, was talking about black feminism. So we understood what was going on in black feminism. So they said become beta males. But what was happening in the early 90s was that they didn't want the beta males. They started saying that that was also the time where a lot of black men was going to prison, because that was the era of the crack era. So they started complaining that black men was not leveling up. Black men was nothing. Rise of Oprah Winfrey, rise of a whole lot of the black female voices. When Shakata Hari Ali started talking, we watched the women beat her down and tell her to be quiet.
Right.
1995 was the year we all leveled up. But no one really taught us how to level up. So a lot of us went into marriages still being beta males, which means we were still dominant and control. And when we tried to take back that power and that control, they called it abuse. When in fact, they was the abusers and we became the victims.
Yes,
and
sir.
We had no voices. We had nowhere to go, still ain't got nowhere to go, and still in many homes still ain't got a voice.
Right.
So you ask, what does that alpha role look like, or what does that leadership role looks like? That leadership role for me did not come until I leveled up my mind, which means I had to renew my mind and get healing from my mind from a lot of the damages, that was done within the marriage. I had to level up my finances, and learn how to become learn how to go from being a liability to myself to becoming an asset to myself. And the more of the asset that I applied to myself, then the more valuable I became. And when I was able to now formulate a business, then I knew and I was able to be strong enough to know that the woman that comes next to me, how to make her a help me and not a dominant.
Right. I
understood this was not a partnership, but a benevolent dictatorship.
I like that because, you know, so many times men have been conditioned to say that's my partner, but I don't believe in that. I believe in husband and wife. I believe the man is the head of his family, because partnership is a liberal catchphrase that symbolizes egalitarian relationship. That's all it means. You know, we're going to share the power in the relationship. And that's where the rebellion comes, where most women are not willing to submit wholly to their husbands. Some are doing it because of vicarious trauma. Some are doing it because of fear. But also some are doing it, Uncle Stu, because of rebellion. And I'll say to a man, if you don't set standards coming into a relationship, you will become a victim of your own peril, because you don't understand female psychology. And that's why I said that there are 7 steps that a man must go through in order to become an optimized male, because 7 in Hebrew means to be kosher. Right. Once that man goes through those 7 steps, he can become optimized. He become the shine, because he will see the world for what it is instead of seeing it for what he think it is. And so when men suffer, men go through what Kubler-Ross called the stages of grief: denial, anger, depression, bargaining, and acceptance. And so many men vacillate between depression and anger, because when they finally wake up, they be like, wow, I thought that this is what I had. But they come to a conniption because they realize what they thought they had is not really what's reality. Joseph, let me ask you a question. Are you married, and have you been married? And
No.
What's your prospect on marriage, dating, and relationships? And what's your take on what Jamie Foxx said and what Kevin Samuels is saying to what appears to be emasculated men?
Well, number one, I'm not married and have not been married. I would be open to it under certain conditions. I would have to come at it with a more business-minded perspective versus the traditional lovey-dovey, diamonds are a woman's best friend kind of mindset. So I wouldn't go into that agreement with that understanding. Like, I've been listening off and on to the lead attorney and his approach, and if he were to get married, how he would do it. So I would get some sort of legal counsel and advice versus, in addition to what they call marriage counseling advice or pre-marriage counseling advice. So I think a lot of people go to that, but they don't look at the legal side of things. You know, the man doesn't know, he doesn't think he's in that mindset of romance, and he's not thinking about protecting himself. He never imagines he has to protect himself. Mm-hmm. He thinks he's the only one who's not going to get divorced. And so, unfortunately, sometimes statistically, he may end up getting divorced. Never thought it was coming, but he didn't protect himself legally. So if I were to get married, that's the way I would approach it. Now, as far as, I'm not sure what Jamie Foxx was talking about. I know Kevin Samuels' talking point, but if you could summarize what Jamie Foxx was saying briefly.
Well, basically what Jamie Foxx is saying is that he don't like the traditional aspect of the cookie cutter marriage. He say he sees no benefit, but because, as he said, as men, as children tend to get older, and as children tend to graduate away from the nest, they see those marriages turning into something negative, meaning the women file for divorce. And listen, 80 to 90% of women file for divorce. If they're educated, it's 90%. And many don't file for reasons that are justified, because most men stay because they know they got something to lose. They file for divorce for frivolous reasons, like, I'm no longer happy. You know, what does happiness have to do with anything? And so they leave their men for goofy stuff, thinking they're going to find better men, and many end up alone. The lady Paco talked about that. If I can find the clip, I'm going to play it at some point. But most men don't see any benefit to modern marriage. And so Red Pill Awareness say, ask a woman how does marriage benefit a man, and you will always get a pause. They all need you to know most women have never considered the question, let alone answer it. And you're right, because most women don't come into marriages to serve. They come in marriages to be served, because they have not been conditioned to serve their men. That's called negative socialization. But women from other cultures, guys, have been conditioned to serve their men because they understand that it's a mutual exchange. You serve him, guess what? He's going to turn around and serve you. And they don't understand that submission does not mean, it's not a dirty word. It just really means to agree. Submit, if you look at one of the synonyms for submit, it means to agree. People tend to look at submit as something like a tyrant or a dictator, but no, it means to agree because the man submits when he gives his life, when he dies, and he protects his woman. That's a form of submission. The woman submits to the authority of a man. But see, that's the thing that most women don't want to do. They don't want to submit to a man's authority because they think, oh, so if he's over me, then ain't no man gonna tell me what to do because they have a rebellious nature. And so what men are saying now is that if you can't follow my program, because remember, guys, it's your program, because, you know, the bride prepare herself for the bridegroom. It's your program. And so if she wants to be on your team, then she got to submit to your program. If she doesn't want to be on your team, that's fine. Keep focusing on yourself. But I'm going to share something with some of you young men. You got to be strong as men. You can't come in the relationship being broken and just allow anything. Women only respect power and strength. It's in their nature. They love, that's why, like I'm 6'5", 6'6". That's why women like tall men, because they want somebody they can look up to, literally and figuratively. And so that's why women that have money tend not to want to be with men that make less than them, because they want somebody really that's better than them. And that's why you got to always be the best version of yourself and get with women from countries that have been conditioned to serve you, understanding that women universally are the same as it relates to female nature. They might be different in other aspects of socialization, but their base core hard drive is protection, provision, and maintenance. And so as long as you can have some power, like Uncle Stu is talking about, to leverage in the relationship, you're already 2 and 3 steps ahead of the game. Uncle Stu, Jamie Foxx and Low End Theory said that marriages are not worth it. What's your take on marriage and dating in the modern times, guys? What's your guys' take?
I'm healed, Culture Connection. I'm healed. I don't fear marriage because I'm totally healed. And that's what I would say to this young brother. A lot of men is out here holding platforms, but they are not healed, because I can hear the poison. I can hear the pain. I can hear the grief.
Tell me what you mean about when you say you hear the poison. Explain to the audience what you mean by that, brother.
When I say I hear the poison, it means I hear the pain or the cries of my people in certain arenas out here. In other words, you can hear them when they give solutions. They give these solutions that makes absolutely no sense. Let me give you an example. They'll say, well, man is responsible for marriage. Women is responsible for sex, right? And then the first thing they'll say, well, if a woman gets pregnant, she should have all the responsibility. I shouldn't have to sign a birth certificate. That's called unaccountability on both sides. Here's the reality. I could walk right past a drugstore and get a condom if I don't want to have a child. That's coming out of the pain of a man. A man that has learned how to, like Coach Condition said, go through all of those stages. And that also includes one more stage that I would add. Look back on your life and take accountability for your part of everything that you've done. When you've learned to be able to sift through your accountability, you done leveled up to a point where you can be able to envision the unaccountability of someone you're talking with. See, I don't ask a woman what she brings to the table. At my age, I'll ask the question, so explain to me why you're single. The moment she start telling me that she been with 3 different men all her life and all 3 of them cheated, I know she ain't taking accountability for nothing.
Right. I like that. Right.
You understand?
I agree with that.
I don't have to ask what you bring to the table. I'm going to ask what you've done in your past life to see if you blaming only men for everything in your life, or do you take some kind of accountability in your life? A woman that takes accountability recognizes where she may have gone wrong in her past life, which means she is less likely to live her past life and live a new life.
Right. Uncle Stu, hold tight. Sure. Shout out to my man Chris Norwood for the $30 super chat. Thank you, brother. Much love and blessings. Chris Norwood said that men have become the leaders. Men have to become the leaders. Others will follow. and I agree with that. If she doesn't, she's lost. Men built the world. People respond to power, which is influence. Great panel, and salute 100%. And shout out to that brother. And it's been going on ever since the epigenesis of sin. Women only respect power and strength. I learned it the hard way. You know, I had to go back and reclaim myself through the lens of theology and realize I always had a line in me. It's in my nature. I'm very fiery, you know, and I don't live by the zodiac because it's divination. But what it says about Leos is true. Leos are very fiery. We're very fiery. We're very dominant. We're very passionate. We're very generous. We love hard. And we give the best to the people that give to us. And so what I realized that there was a king in me. And there's a king in a lot of these young men that are listening, but we're trying to get you guys to see that king in you and that you can have your crown shine somewhere else. You know, Jesus said that a prophet is not always welcome in his own country.
That's right.
And just like a lot of men are pariahs in America, you're seeing this kings and priests in other parts of the world. And that's why I advocate world travel. That's why I advocate men dating, you know, other ethnic groups, as Kevin is positioning, if that's what they want to do, and not limiting themselves to ethnic loyalty, because many of our women are not loyal to you. They don't even see you as human. They see you only as an accessory. Low in theory, and I want some of the young men to pop on, but also the women too. And Uncle Stu is dropping some gems. Thank you, brother. But low in theory, what's wrong with modern marriages and relationships? Jamie Foxx said he don't see any benefits to modern marriages. And Kevin Samuels is saying for the men that want to get married to look outside of America or deal with other women for other ethnic groups. What's your take on that, brother?
Well, our natural ethics have been conditioned out of us, men and women. Men have been positioned to be more of the less manly, not leaders, and a lot of the things we've conceded, you know, by choice, because.
Oh, real quick, could you explain what you mean by less manly?
Okay.
Well, okay. Maybe that was a bad choice of word. What I mean by that is we don't lead as men naturally lead.
And what would that look like?
Well, I mean, that would look like in your community, your family, on the job, just the things that men naturally do. It's not a man's nature to sit at home and play video games all day long. You know what I'm saying? It's not a man's nature. It's really not a man's nature. And although, you know, technology and things have made the workforce easier, that ease of technology can take away your drive as a man to be a better man, because as men, it's just a natural thing to be hands-on, to be a creator, to be a progenitor of things. And so, you know, technology and the ease of things have taken that away from men, because we're not using the brain power that's innate within us. Everything is so easy now. The push of a button is just so easy for things to happen.
Hey, hold tight, low end theory. Shout out to JC. I apologize, brother. I meant to reach a super chat. I believe it was $2, but I got so caught up with all these comments. I apologize, JC. But thank you for the super chat. I believe it was $2. If it was more, please forgive me. I meant to read it, but I was so caught up with trying to read all these comments and listen to Uncle Stu and low end theory and Joseph Benjamin that I didn't read it. So I apologize for that. But go ahead, low end theory. I apologize.
Yeah, and also vice versa. Women have been positioned to be the leaders and the breadwinners, and a lot of things happen. And I would venture to say that women did not happen by stealth. A lot of things happened. Women saw what was happening and just they made the choice to take the leadership, accept the leadership role.
Right.
They decided to do that. They made the choice to do that. They could have easily said, okay, well, no, this is not my place. But, it's like somebody's, a bag of brass. Somebody's selling you a bag of brass and not gold. And you think the brass is worth more than the gold because it looks good and it's shiny. But at the end of the day, you're losing and your ethic is being conditioned out of you. And so now you can't accept the man as being the leader that he naturally should be in your life, because now your leadership is now the money that you make and your position on your job, your position in the social order of things. So a lot of that has been the problem within our community, not only the Black community, but also, the white community as well. It's not just us.
Right. It's not just us. Right. And, as I said earlier, you're seeing that, we're not raising our boys to the same level of excellence that we're raising our girls. Right. You have Black girl magic, Black girls rock, but how about Black boys rise? Exactly. How about Black men rise? Or men in general? Because my show is not just dedicated to Black men, it's dedicated to all men. But because I'm a Black man in America and we have our own unique problems, I tend to advocate for Black men. But when are we going to raise our Black men to the same level that we're raising our Black girls? Because see, what's happening is that women are getting the men that they actually hate. They don't like the men that have been produced because they have been produced to be subjects of women instead of to be the man in relationships. To the point, guys, that China right now is devising a curriculum not only based on fitness, but also teaching men about masculinity. Uncle Stu, go ahead, brother. I apologize. You want to say something? Go
You're
ahead,
fine. This is your show, sir.
Right.
I respect the question that you raised. The reason you also can't see manhood within the business field is because when true masculinity rise, they're attacked. And they're attacked by the feminist movement.
I totally agree. Right.
You understand? Every time a real man even speaks with a baritone-based voice, all of a sudden somebody's trying to go back 30 years in their life, and what's the first thing they say?
Abuse.
Sexual harassment.
Right. That's true.
Let's just call a spade a spade.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And a lot of brothers are trying to feed their family, so they rather just get quiet or move totally out the space. See, a lot of this conversation is not new. This been going on long before YouTube showed up.
Right. I totally agree. Right.
But Black men was losing their jobs, losing their careers, even losing their life.
Right.
So you have to understand, power is not given, it's taken.
Right.
You understand? And the only way you're going to take the power is either you got to do one of two things. Either you got to take the leadership, or you got to build a whole new system and create the laws that govern that system. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
If I didn't own my own business and had my own wealth, then I couldn't necessarily go back and work at the school system and tell a woman how to put herself in order.
Right.
You understand? So you're not going to see leadership from me. Even if I was an assistant principal or principal, I couldn't direct my school to do what it needs to do, because the moment you do that, a woman's going to say, oh, I was scared just because he got a baritone-based voice. I fear him.
Right. And you know what you're saying? What you're saying is powerful. I've been through that. I taught school, Uncle Stu. I was a special ed teacher. My background is very diverse. Law enforcement, generous social work. I was a licensed special ed teacher. I got my licensed special ed from North Carolina Central and my master's from UNC Chapel Hill. But you're correct. As a Black man, they used to tell me, they said, well, why don't you lower your voice some? They say, and become more like a mouse. I said, I'm not going to do that because that's not my authentic self. That's gender discrimination. Right. And I made up my mind that I'm not going to lower my self-worth to appease no man or no woman. When you think about power and authority, you don't see true masculinity in society.
Right.
And so when you look at it through the lens of theology, they said when Jesus saw the woman in the well, he said, woman, he said, go and sin no more. He didn't say, ma'am, could you please get up and stop sinning? That's not nice. But he spoke with great power and authority. He spoke with power and authority. And the woman listen. And that's why I keep trying to tell women, when you travel to other countries, if you don't fall in line, it's a problem. I was on Shannon Rawls' show, and BGS was on. We were talking about a patriarchy. And we don't have a true patriarchy in America. I think we had some levels of it at the meso level. But when our children are not used to seeing men in power and authority. And because of that, they don't respect masculinity. I want you guys to go back in time, and Uncle Stu, finish what you were talking about, but I want you guys to go back in time when you saw men manifest as kings. But finish your discussion real quick, Uncle Stu. I apologize.
No. You right on target. It goes right back to what this gentleman was saying earlier. If you go back, there was a time where the bishop, the apostle, when they spoke with a baritone-based voice. Mm-hmm. They had gold rings that they'll have that one gold ring. Today, them vicious sound like this. Hallelujah. Praise the Lord. Get the tambourines, y'all. Hey, girl. What's that? That wasn't the men that I grew up under. But that's the only men that can be in the pulpit today. He taught more feminine than his wife.
Yeah, it seems like the choir directors the choir directors have become the preachers.
Right.
So they favor those now. So the preachers who also double as singers, and a lot of the singers that I met in church, if they were male, well, you know, they had a certain slant.
So when you begin to ask that question, I think it is a very excellent question when you say, where are the male leaders? Unfortunately, in this country, they're in very, very microscopic places. Most of them you're going to find on their own business where no one can control their finances. You'll find them in the military.
Mm-hmm.
I happen to be a vet. I agree. I've traveled this world 3 times over. And when I was traveling, a lot of the stuff wasn't going on, but you can study the history. All the soldiers that went to Germany. This is during World War II. And they'll tell you the reports of how they felt when they went to another country, or how they felt when they went to France, or how they felt when they went all the way to Korea, Vietnam, Japan, China. We loved over there.
Mm-hmm.
And to come back to the country that you fighting for and to be treated in that manner will mess you up psychologically.
Right. I want some of the women that are listening, because these Uncle Stu is dropping some gems. He's giving some good input. Low and Theory, I'm gonna mute you, brother, because I hear a lot of noise in the background. So I'm gonna mute you.
Sorry about that, bro. I'll mute it.
Okay. Yeah, mute yourself. Thank you, brother. But I want some of the women that are listening to come in and talk. But in the meantime, I want you guys to read this diatribe by this wicked woman, and she basically is saying that Kevin Samuels is endorsing the R word. So hold tight, guys. Don't go anywhere. I'm gonna remove you guys for a minute. I want you guys to read this diatribe, and tell me what you guys think real quick. Hold tight. I can't find it. I was trying to read it, but maybe I can read it. Yeah, I can't see it to read it. But anyway, there was a negative diatribe where she was more or less advocating and saying that Kay is saying in order for to be high value, a woman to be with a high value man, she must support the R word. When you hear this why are our women, guys, in your opinion, so hell bent on not taking accountability for their behaviors? You know, as I said earlier, some women become deaf when you present them with the evidence. They deny the evidence. They become enraged when you present them with the evidence. They argue, do ad hominem attacks when you give them the message, and they fight or flee because it's a byproduct of a term called cognitive dissonance. But why the vitriol? And I think we know that some of it's a spirit of rebellion, but have you guys ever seen a time in you all's life where our women are so vitriolic in your opinion?
It's social conditioning.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
Oh, I'm sorry. For me, this is brand new. I think in the extreme that I'm seeing it. Now, I don't know if it's because of YouTube or anything like that, but I would definitely say within the last 7 years, I've seen it grossly on the overrise. I think that all comes from that naming and claiming mentality. That positive, we gonna speak number positivity. Not recognizing that even taking correction can be positive, but as long as you doing naming and claiming in that positivity message, I don't have to listen to nobody.
JC, you got some consternation with what Uncle Stu is saying. Feel free to pop in. Gail dropped the link for JC to pop on because I like to have cogent civil conversations. I think Uncle Stu is being red pill, but if you disagree, please feel free to drop in. Let's have a conversation. Because I feel like the brother is spot on. I believe that, he doesn't believe that men should concede power. But I would love to hear your point, JC. Once again, I respect your point, and all is lovely. Just go ahead. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, my dad, of course, listening to my dad tell stories about his aunts, uncles, his grandparents and things like that. He told me a story about his mom. My grandmother got married when they were 16 and 13. Deep South, low country, South Carolina. And my grandmother came from a Yamasee Indian tribe. And those were some hellish women. And so my grandfather married my grandmother, and my grandmother was extremely mean to my grandfather. My grandfather told her mother what was going on. He said, "Listen, your daughter, she's getting out of hand." Granddad was, he was never one of the, it'd take a lot for him to blow his fuse. So when he told her mother, her mom knocked my grandmother out with a brick and told her, "Your job is to listen to that man. You ain't coming back home to live with me. So you better do what he tell you to do."
Right.
From that point on, my granddad had no more problems with my grandmother. And so I think within certain tribes or things, that's all. Some women have always been snakes. Rattlesnake mean. Some of them have always been that way.
Right.
But over the years, because the need to, having the need of that man for your survival kind of reeled that in. But now we're living in a time where, women don't need men.
Right. Well, not for survival, they don't.
Yeah, not for survival. They don't need men for survival. And throughout the times of social change and social order and legislation and things like that, we've seen the transfer of power, for lack of a better word. And now women don't feel like they have to concede to a man, no matter how much you tell them that that's God's way. That's God's order. No matter how much you tell them that, you can show them in the Bible that they say that they believe that that's God's order. They still won't do it.
The best way to show that is ask them how many women building the highways.
Well, yeah.
How many women is building the very apartment and house that they live in right now? How many women is actually building them cars that they riding in right now? How many women they got on the front line in Iraq right now? You understand? Those are the things you got to show. See, and look at the pandemic.
I don't think it matters.
How many men lost jobs versus women?
It doesn't matter because they'll move the goalposts. They'll say, "Well, you didn't make the mortar. You built the roads, but you ain't make the mortar."
Well,
make
you
the
know,
But that's
steel.
not what they don't respond to. I mean, that's logic, right? That's logically they're not stupid. I mean, every woman knows that men out here, we're the ones out here breaking our balls to do the construction, to build the houses and all of that. So you can make that argument. They're gonna, even if you are yourself a construction worker, it won't make a difference. The kind of power that I've learned that they respond to is mostly, it's like an energetic one. So I think a lot of guys, they like to fall on, I know Kevin Samuels, he's talking about you have to be a 6-figure man, all this, jazz. And yet I've been around and been with women who have made much more money than I have, who have decided to choose me over men who would take them out to 5-star dinners and vacations all around the world, because all of that is kind of like surface level stuff. That's frivolous for them. What they really respond to is some sort of, and I can only put it the best way that a woman has described it to me. I still don't fully understand it, but they just say they can see it, they can feel it in the man, and they can feel.
It's an energy. Yeah.
It's a masculine energy that is palpable. They feel secure in that. So we're talking about a loss of security. We still refer to, oh, well, women can go out there and get their own security in terms of finances and buy their own home. They can do that. That's a physical thing. But what men do nowadays, I've seen, since we like to say the women do this and the women do that, are they taking accountability? A lot of men have given up their power. They've given up that inner power. So, and women have taken the physical power, and a lot of men have been relying, and they've been relying on the physical things, the things that we can see. And so, but they let with their inner masculine power, they let that just they got lazy in that area. So they eat a lot of junk food, so their testosterone isn't on point. They probably out here having sex with a bunch of women. They're out here thirsting for a bunch of women. A lot of guys don't like to talk about, my technique, a lot of it is just mostly sexual discipline. A lot of men don't have sexual discipline. They just want to go around and screw all kinds of women, and they're not doing that. They're watching porn. If they're not doing that, they're masturbating. They're not doing that. They're constantly releasing themselves. So a lot of that power comes from that. And from that, it rises up and becomes a spiritual power, which is the masculinity that they respond to. And you can be broke as a joke, like I have been, and they respond to that no matter what class of woman you think you're dealing with. Whether they white, black, Asian, Latino, doesn't even matter.
Guys, hold tight. I want to show some love to the real Dana. I'm just dropping by to show some support. Good conversation, gentlemen. Husband Kisses, Mr. Kosher. Hopefully I can get you on my channel to do a show. Thank you, Sister Dana was on Shannon Rawls' channel. Shannon's a cool brother. And hopefully me and Shannon will do a show soon at some point. And these conversations are important. We were talking about patriarchy, and there were some differences of opinion. I respect all people's opinion, but she gave her explanation, and we all had a conversation. There were some agreements, there were disagreements, but at the same time, we tried to be civil. Daniel said thanks for the super chat. Yeah, right. Thanks once again for the super chat. But also, when men learn to love themselves, that's when they're gonna start getting the outcomes that they want, and I think that's the greatest thing, when men start to love themselves. But keep saying what you were saying, guys. I got sidetracked a little bit trying to read all this stuff. I apologize.
Joseph Benjamin, I'm going to tell you, and I've been saying this for a while. I ain't learned nothing about this 6-figure stuff until I came to YouTube. I'm gonna be honest with you. I come from New York. I lived in North Carolina. I'm in a whole different state right now. Only thing a woman ever asked me is whether I had a place to stay, a job, and a car.
Right.
Okay.
That's
what
reality.
you're responding to is, I always say, the beta male is the broken man, alpha man is the whole man. It takes work. It takes work to become an alpha male. It takes work to become a leader. First, you got to be a leader of yourself before you can lead anybody else. You got to be disciplined before you can discipline anyone else. And a lot of men don't want to do the work and do the discipline that it takes to be the man they need to be. So it's easier to run around blaming everybody for everything. You understand? When we go to war and we got battles, we don't sit there and say, well, Sarge, it's raining. We don't want to go over there because it's raining. You're going to lose the war if you cry about every element that comes up against you. You understand? I can sit here all day and say, women do this, women do that, women do this, talk about the court system, I could do that all day.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, what is my part and what I'm going to do about it?
Right. And some are divesting. Some, like Jamie Foxx, are actually divesting.
I told you, there are some men who has not healed because they don't want to take accountability.
I agree with that.
I don't get into all that. Or is Uncle Stu a simp? Or is he capping? Is he? I'm healed. I don't have to sit up here and worry about who I'm sleeping with at night. I know who I sleep with at night. I know who runs my house. I know who the ruler is. You see what I'm saying? So I don't have to get caught up in people's names and titles because I'm all man.
Right.
See, my challenge to a man is if I'm anything outside of a man, come sit down and talk to me.
Right. Respect.
Let me go to your home and let me see how you run in business. Then you come to mine and see how I run mine.
Right.
You understand?
Right.
See, that's called being right there.
No doubt. Hold tight,
because
Stu.
a man can vet a man.
Right. Let me shout out this super chat. Shout out to Ema Z for the $2 super chat. Chicks pay choosing fee to choose the fee to pass like hoes. I don't know what they mean by that. But
that's why I always say to women, if you get a man, take her around at least 2 or 3 other men and see how other men act and react towards him.
Mm-hmm.
Even Michelle Obama made sure that Barack Obama met the brother before he met her father.
Mm-hmm.
She vetted Barack Obama. You see what I'm saying? Because men know a real man knows a real man.
Right. They do know a real man, unfortunately, and our boys haven't seen it, and it's to our own demise. But to some of the women that are listening, we got some very intelligent men. We got Low End Theory that was raised in a patriarchal family. Uncle Stu has talked about his healing, but Yosef Behamin is not married, but he will consider marriage because many think that men don't want to get married, and most men do. That's why Kevin is having these conversations. But even Kevin has said that the modern woman, guys. Even Kevin has said is that the modern woman is not suitable for marriage. Many women are not suitable for marriage because they are not wife ready, and they have not gone through the shadow work to deal with the demons from their past to become the best versions of themselves as well. And so I want some of the women to pop on. Gail, drop the link there, please. And guys, mute yourself. I'm going to mute you guys, but I want some of the women to drop on and add to the conversation because there are some like-minded women that think the way men are thinking. And I want you ladies to add to the conversation about this current demise, why modern men like Jamie Foxx saying that marriage is not worth it. So the question remains, is marriage worth it in this modern contextual framework called America? Should black men divest and focus on women that are willing to meet their program? Or should men just suffer in silence until they meet their creator? So let's continue to have this conversation. Gail, drop the link. Tim drop the link. Both of you guys, if you guys can drop the link. And let's have a discussion on why many men are giving up on marriage and they're having what's called a red pill awakening, and they're beginning to see things for what it is. Let's continue to have a discussion. Now, let's go back in time. I'm Low End Theory. You're closer to my age. When you think about the women from the 90s on up to now, what is the radical change that you've seen in the women from the times when we were in high school to now? And then, Uncle Stu, I want you to give your input on that as well.
One big thing has been the repositioning of education, and how the education system was, and I think I brought up this point on another one of your streams. The education, when they took the education out of the hands of the counties and put it in the federal government hands, that immediately put the educational platform as a battleground, because now you started to put everybody on the same plane, men, boys and girls. You put them on the same plane because that's when they started doing standardized testing. And they took away the electives that you had in school. They took away all of the skill education that you had in school. They took away the shops. They took away wood shop, auto shop. They took away architectural. Well, they didn't take architectural classes away. They took away the computer generated architectural classes. And I doubt if they have even architectural classes in school now anyway. So all the things that the hands-on things that guys did, they took those things away, but they left a lot of the electives like cooking and sewing and homemaking and all those things. And to get those electives to graduate, you had to take one of those classes. So you had to take a sewing class, or you had to take a cooking class to graduate from high school. And so to graduate, you see a whole lot of the guys having to take those classes. Instead of, they did all of that after they took away the things that men would naturally gravitate to educationally. And so that's when they started opening up things to women by offering grants and scholarships to women, but not offering the same things to men or to boys. So now what you have is the balance of the percentages of men and women in college. The balance is kind of, it's a deep divide, because you have more women being quote unquote educated than you do men. And so, and that's starting to matriculate even more now. But what that created was a debt crisis, because women now have more debt from college loans than they can't get rid of. And so now, and they talk about men have an issue with getting into debt. We don't even like to pay for certain things. So we're definitely not going to get into $150,000, $200,000 worth of debt for a piece of paper that might not guarantee me a job. And so the educational platform was a really big thing in my eyes. Mm-hmm. And there's been a whole lot of other things, government assistance, that a whole lot of women grew up in, a lot of women were born in the government assistance. A lot of girls I went to high school with came from public housing. And a lot of times the fathers were in the house. The mother was the leader of the house. Wow. And in their older years, until they somehow got out, and I'm talking women in their 30s and 40s, they remained in that public housing because it was cheaper to live there. So the responsibility was taken away, because now you don't have to pay but maybe $80 a month for your rent. Mm-hmm. So it's been a whole lot of platforms that have been the reasons why there's been such a deep divide. And I'll stop right there.
Right. E-Man, G-Man, what's going on, brother? How you doing, sir?
What's up, Kosher, man? I really didn't want to come in because I was just listening. I was listening to the brothers, but I'm going to do a relay and pick up where that brother dropped off. I'm going to go back to the beginning. And this is for you, Michelle, since you're bumping your gums. It was called welfare. Mm-hmm. If you reverse those words, it's called farewell to the family structure, because you women were like fish and you took the bait and the free money. Why? Because y'all have a disease. It's called consuming. You love to spend. So you push the man out the way. You pushed even the children out of the way. Now you want to cry about getting married. I would say Jamie Foxx is right. Jamie Foxx is from Terrell, Texas, not too far from Shreveport, Louisiana. Yes, as I grew up with my grandmother. I was sort of what you would call one of those, I wouldn't say outside babies, but I was probably the beginning of that, one of those children that the father wasn't around. Only to find out my grandmother was just strong and she didn't want me to go the way of my family, because my other side of family, they were hustlers, which now I'm mad because shit, that was the money. But back then, money wasn't an issue. Surviving was an issue. Hell, they was kidnapping children back then. But what the brother said about the skills, brothers came out of high school in the late 60s, mechanics, cleaners, building houses, wood shop. They also had wives who were teammates with them and would work the business. Now, all you women are a bunch of just wolves and vultures.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want the marriage.
Right.
You want the ring, but
the ring,
you want
right.
your cake too. I
Yes,
get
sir.
it though.
I get it, right. Mm-hmm.
I get it. You've been trained because you're not that smart. That's the government who promoted that BS inside your mind. The only thing that's bad about this, Michelle, is that some of us woke up. Why would I go in the lake with a bunch of piranhas and lose my economics? See, it's now about the money. The world turns. You all help transfer the money to the powerful people. It ain't that damn powerful. This is why they was able to drop bombs on Black Wall Street, burn Asheville, North Carolina, because they knew we had the money.
Wilmington. It's Wilmington.
Wilmington. Thank you, brother.
Yes,
so
sir.
I get it. I get it. But here's the future. Since Michelle, you bumping your gums. One day this door is going to be sealed. And even Uncle Stu ain't going to save y'all. Mm-hmm. That door is going to be sealed because men can look out. Mm-hmm. But they controlled our mindset and didn't even know we were travelers anyway. Somebody says, I think that was Uncle Stu, said something about brothers going over the war. And the women over in London, Germany, they knew who we were and they adored us. That's why some of my friends who went to the military never came back.
Right.
And now I understood why. One brother just said, man, it was so cool that I would come home and my Asian wife would ask me, well, what would you like to eat? I'm like, what? Like, yeah.
right.
Cook it right there. You go take a bath, the clothes set out, the water's running. That simple stuff.
Simple stuff, right.
You all was this empress. Screw the queen shit. The empress. Everything runs through you, including the economics. Y'all were the homemakers, the bookkeepers. At one time, the husband used to have to ask, can I get some money to buy, a couple of beers? But right now, we can't do that because this has to be taken care of, this, so on and so on and so on. Mm-hmm. It was a team.
It was a team, right. And, Teddy Pendergrass said it better than me. He said, you inspire me. I don't think women understand the true power of being a genuine feminine woman, not fake femininity, because there are a lot of women that are fake. They'll wear the mirage of being feminine.
Kosher, they don't want to know. That's the fact.
Right. But they're not genuinely feminine. And when a man get a feminine woman, I've heard men that have traveled abroad when they were in Brazil said that woman lowered their blood pressure. The American Brazilian, he got a wife. And you'll make a boy abroad, man. If you ain't made a boy yet, your testosterone levels will go up because you're drinking coconut water, you're getting that fresh, lean food. And then you got a pretty woman before you that's willing to serve you and love you. And I think once women understand the power that they have in their femininity, they'll realize that always trying to be combative with a man is not the best thing. But we got the real Dana in the house. She's been on my man Shannon Rawls show. The real Dana, how are you doing, dear? Let's have a conversation. Thank you for the generous super chat. What would you like to add to the conversation? Because you've had Judge Joe Brown on your show many times, and Judge Joe Brown talks about how the matriarchy has caused the chasm that we have in this current country called America. So what would you like to add to the show, the real Dana? Thank you, dear.
Yeah, so we actually do a weekly show, and it's called Man Up, because 80% of my audience are men, and I don't want to talk about men issues unless I have like a man on the platform talking about it, because
yes, ma'am, right.
I'm not a man. Right. But so yeah, if I hear this throughout YouTube that like black women push the black man out, or welfare, when we started taking welfare that destroyed the black family, which it did. And then the other night, the Saturday night, when Shannon had his club YouTube show, he was on there for 4 hours, but we was talking about the patriarchy. And there's some things that I don't agree with. There's some things that I do. However, neutrally, it is a problem. And I think where I'm coming from is solutions, and that's not being talked about at all or not enough. No one's not talking about the solutions, because I feel as though, yes, that there was a patriarchy, like I said the other night,
right,
within Black people, within the Black community. And you talk about, and I said, let's say from 1970s, the feminist movement and all that, and women started just after the civil rights and stuff like that. That's when you started seeing the breakdown of patriarchy. And it seemed like now, today in 2021, we Black women, we're the only ones being accused of that destruction, to where honestly, that one of the main causes of the destruction of the Black family was our government here. Like, there were policies, and still are policies, created specifically to destroy the family. Even before Black women started getting on welfare, when we go back to the early 1900s, Black women can always find employment because we were domestic workers.
Right.
You know how to sew. And the government, local, federally, state, purposely would not allow Black men to work, because whether you were working on the railroad, working in the fields or construction or whatever, because women mainly work doing domestic things. So y'all was shut out of employment, and generalizing it.
Right.
We were still able to work or find work. But like you said, it was a team. And even though, because you did let me know that patriarchy is 3 levels, and one of the levels is operating, I believe you said, on the government.
It's the meso level. In clinical science, we talk about what's called macro, meso, and micro. I don't believe it was a pure patriarchy, but I understand what you're saying, Dana. At the meso level, Black men did have some level of patriarchal power. Was it a pure patriarchy? No. BJS was correct. It's not a pure patriarchy at the macro level if you're looking at it from government and power. But there were vestiges of male authority. Because if it wasn't, the things that we tolerate now, we didn't tolerate that back then. There was a time when Black men ruled their families. It was maybe never at an optimal level, guys, but there was a level where Black men actually ruled their families. Some of you can remember the times, and I'm not a scholar as it relates to the political trends of society, so I don't claim to be a scholar, but I am a therapist. But when you look at families, there was chairs that were dedicated to fathers. I remember my grandmom tell me, I remember a time where my mom would say, I got to feed the dad before they even fed the children. Mm-hmm. I remember that. How many guys remember a time where mom, prepared a meal for the husband, or almost prepared the table just for the father? So there was a level of patriarchal authority at the meso level, but I don't think it was what's called a true bona fide patriarchy, if that makes sense. But there was some patriarchal practice or patriarchal tendencies at the meso level, but it wasn't complete, if that makes sense.
So the government level of patriarchy, when they really, so before 1970, when they were making it hard for Black men to advance, even though there were still Black men advancing on certain levels, but just generalizing it to where we always been the second class and sometimes third class. And then they changed the policies around, let's say after the civil rights movement and everything, and MLK was assassinated, Malcolm X was assassinated. Mm-hmm. They ushered in, the feminist movement. Right. Wanted Black women to come on, because I've read the book Betty Friedman talked about, and I think where I'm coming from is that why Black women always being blamed for the non-existence of patriarchy in our society, and I kind of really want to dissect that and research that myself, but. Why is it that we are the blame and not the government, to a certain degree, Black men as well? Like, it's a collective thing here, because those white women who created the feminist movement, who were in it, they weren't all lesbian. They were married white women going home to the suburbs to their husband, making sure their husband got dinner on the table by 7. Right. They want us to join. And I get it, because they did make some advancements for women, whereas certain policies were very sexist in the workforce. But overall, when you bring in welfare and then you bring in a mass incarceration, bringing in drugs, a lot of other things decimated the Black community and the Black family on a, what you call it, meso level?
Meso, right. That's the group level. That's
right. So it was already limited on the government level, but then it got completely destroyed on a meso level. And yes, Black women allowed it to a certain degree. And then and honestly, it was some situations I can even say that it was nothing that we could do to stop it.
Well, see, I see your frame of thinking. You're very cerebral. You're very cerebral in your thinking. You're saying that there were other things, but I guess what guys are saying, just say if you got smaller pieces of the puzzle, you got the greater puzzle. And so even though there were variants that played a role in the dissemination or the breakdown of the Black family, look at the recent politic, Dana. A lot of our women didn't vote for policies that would be beneficial to the Black men and the Black family and the Black community. They voted for their own self-interest. And so what a lot of Black men are saying, how can you say you love Black men and the Black family, but you vote for policies that are antithetical to the Black family and the Black family infrastructure? And so what guys are saying is that even though there were women like the Fannie Lou Hamers of the world that said, I'm going to stand by my man and support him and fight white supremacy, there were some women, Dana, that had power under their cloth because they wanted the power of the man. There were some women during the civil rights movement that were actually fighting Black men and saying that the women weren't represented in a form of power like the men were being represented. But see, here's the problem. Black men and Black women were basically mules of the same cause. We were mules.
Yeah.
And while some of our women have been compromised, Dana, some of them have been compromised. Like I said earlier, some of it was rebellion. Some of it was vicarious trauma. And then some of it was just plain ignorance. And now they're suffering the recompense of their error because they believed the lie that Black men were their enemy, and we were never their enemy. Black men were mules. And Black men have always pledged their loyalty to our women overall. But like one of the people said earlier, we tend to equivocate all men with the 10%, the 20% of the dusty men, the Raekwons and the Man-Mans, the Shermites, and even some professional white-collar men that are snakes, get women pregnant, don't take care of their responsibility. But here's a caveat. Women are the gatekeepers to sex. Men are the gatekeepers to relationships. Prior to the sexual revolution, women weren't having children incessantly out of wedlock. It was shameful. I came out of the class of 90, Dana. If a woman had a child when she was in school, it was looked down upon. But now, being a baby mama is the norm. We have baby mama parties. And that's why we have so many degenerate young people in our culture and our family, because we don't value the importance of family. Let me read the super chat, and thank you, Dana, dear, for the super chat you sent earlier. But Jay Para said that she's 1,000% correct. That's another aspect that we need to discuss. Black men businesses were systematically destroyed. Immigrants were given our industries via government grants. And that's another aspect that we need to discuss. And right, that does play a role. There are many parts that play a role. But Dana, I'm going to ask you the question, when will our women take ownership for the role that they play? Because a lot of our women are not taking accountability for the roles that they play. We voted for policies in this recent election, Dana, and you correct me if you think I'm wrong, that don't benefit the Black man, the Black family, and the Black community. It benefited self. What's your take on that?
Well, I didn't vote for this current administration.
Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
Meaning that I didn't vote for. If you voted for this administration, then you voted against any thing positive that could really help the Black community. But at the same time,
but we got Juneteenth though.
at the same time, we didn't present any administration with any type of agenda because we don't have a unity between the Black man and the Black woman. And it's like, it looks like on the superficial level that it does look like Black women just doing their own thing. And I really don't see enough Black men doing their own thing with their organizations, political, economical, whatever. And maybe you are, but my thing is Black people voted and keep voting Democrat. And it's not about Democrat or Republic. It is about voting for our self-interest. But we don't know what that is because everybody's out for self. Yes, right. Women do not take accountability. They're not taking accountability and admitting that, okay, there was a problem that happened and we were part of that problem. But why would you expect them to when they're getting all of these benefits to advance, economically, business-wise, educationally, and those benefits are purposely being presented to Black women and eliminating Black men on a
right. You're exactly right, sis. Right, they are giving the Black. But my point is, Dana, why aren't some women like you that are speaking out against it? Why aren't women in unison speaking out against it? Why aren't women saying, "Listen, we can't do this to our brothers because how are we going to build a Black infrastructure?"
Well, who would they speak out against? And I think that's because that we just don't we don't work together. We have a gripe with our man, whether we were harmed by an ex-husband or ex-boyfriend or a baby daddy, or whether we were molested growing up and those trauma issues weren't fixed, and we just have this negative disposition when it comes to men, particularly Black men, because we grew up in Black community. Because for instance, like when Black men, y'all talk about you could go to another country and you could find a woman who treats you good and stuff like that. I would say that is true. And I see women, Black women, when they date out, whether it's from another country or a white man here, whatever, they have the same sentiments. Why? Because those outsiders didn't go through the trauma that we've been through that kind of destroyed us on a emotional, mental, even physical and moral level. So I feel as though that we have to get ourselves right. And I can't speak for men, and I don't want to speak for you guys. I actually would like to see more men, yes, y'all starting to speak up more, which is about time, but to actually start organizing and getting stuff moving to make progress and leave women out of it and build amongst yourself, because wherever you guys go and progress towards, women are always going to follow. And I think now in this day and age is a perfect time to do that. And you have all the resources and the access to do it.
Hold tight.
Say something, Kosher?
Yeah, I will, brother. Hold tight. Let me read the super chat by Jay Para. He said that the reason why Black women were ultimately blamed was due to Gloria Steinem and Dorothy Pittman picture. That plays a role. And applause for the super chats that you've been given. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate that. But then let me say this. You talked about something very powerful. There are even white men that have dealt with Black women and said the same thing. They said that, they're uncooperative and they don't even want to deal with them. And what women don't understand, the difference between Black men, when we date out, when we go into other ecosystems, like Brazilian women, they respect masculine Black. They actually love Black men. But when I was traveling with the Passport Brothers, there were a lot of single sisters that were mad and frustrated because, see, in those countries, they have what's called true patriarchies. We don't have true patriarchies, Dana, in America. So Black men are reverenced and seen as status icons across the diaspora. They're loved abroad. I'm not going to say the same sentiment, unfortunately, is given to our women. I don't think our women get the same sentiment. And that's not me trying to cast aspersions towards Black women. If Black men are really sisters' only allies, I'm not saying Black women can't date white men, but white men are not trying to marry out and date Black women like that. They're not. Some are using Black women for fetishes, but they're not using them for love and relationships.
I say the same thing about white women looking at Black men as well.
Right, and you're right. There's a level. There's a level of fetishes too. I agree with that.
To your point, when you say like other countries like Brazil have a true patriarchy, when we're talking about Black, because Brazil, the Black people there, they have more African in them than I would say the Black people here. Just look at genetics and lineage. However,
yes, ma'am, you're right.
On a I need to write that word down. Level, yes, they do. On a governmental level in Brazil, Black, the darker you are, no, your patriarchy is this equivalent to the patriarchy that was here in America, because there was a lot of racism. In South America, particularly in Brazil. That's why you have millions of people in favelas.
Right.
So
that's true.
However, when they see them, when they see Black men from America, before they see Black, they see America.
Right.
And when they see America, they see dollar sign. Because I went to Cuba, they have a strong patriarchy too, where you see men and women actually dating, actually courting, relationships. So just their whole behavior. Yeah, they have a patriarchy too, but Brazil is a socialist. These men are making no more than their lady. And in some instances, the women could probably make more depending on what business that they may operate on, right? So again, American coming in there, they see me as the American first. So that's a fetish itself. So of course I'm going to behave a certain way, but you're right. As far as femininity, women in other countries, very feminine.
Right.
I witnessed that.
Yes, ma'am. And actually, Dana, you're right. There is an economic element. You're 100% correct. But at the same time, what women don't see men as commodities. All women, like I talked about kosher hypergamy and carnal hypergamy. The hypergamy there is not exploitative. The hypergamy there is really for family. That's kosher because it's fit and proper. They just want a man to love them, provide, and protect. But they're not exploitative. Like, okay, I give her Uncle Stu, and I'm gonna divorce him, and then I'm gonna go to low end theory, and then I'm gonna divorce him, and then I'm gonna go to the kosher clinician, I'm gonna divorce him, and then I'm gonna go to Joseph Benjamin. They don't use men as commodities to be discarded. They see men as men, and because black men are traveling abroad, Afro-Latin women are beginning to love themselves because there was a level of colorism and classism. And now they're beginning to love themselves because when black men come there, the black men don't choose the white Brazilians. Right. They choose the black ones. So the system's like, wow, brothers love us. So now you got women that have been trained to be wives. They're wife ready. They're feminine. They're fit. They're in good shape. They eat clean. They drink coconut water. So they see American men that love us, but also men that see us as that have been conditioned to be so America may have been conditioned to be egalitarian, but they've been conditioned to be patriarchal. So you got loving egalitarian men that don't demand stuff, because in Brazil, if you don't choke a woman out or slap her, in her mind she don't think you love her. And it's sad, but that's how they've been raised, because those men
I
are
would
aggressive.
say to that,
Right.
then one of the main problems for black women here in America is an American problem, because that's our culture. Because when I brought up economics, so you have a black man from America going to Brazil, meeting people. Of course, your income is way more than the men there in most cases. But that would be the same for an American woman going to Brazil too. So let's say you have this black American woman, her income from America is more than probably most men in Brazil. So the difference between, I would say, American women and Brazilian women is the money. And when people have money or a certain economic status, their attitudes do change. And that's when you kind of see a difference in the roles. So but because we're specifically talking about black women, black men, period, black men and women, the problem with black women is an American problem. We are absorbed in this American culture. We so much can't avoid that, and not from our true lineage purpose.
Well, it's not only just an American problem, it's a subset. You got to understand, within America, you have what's called subsets. So it's American, but also it's a black problem. It's not just American, because even though it's an American issue, we still don't have the same issues that other ethnic groups have
that's what I'm saying.
at a higher level.
That's what I'm saying. It's a black problem, because this is not our country, America. That is not us, because of the history and being brought over here, enslaved Africans. So what is our true culture outside of America? Am I making sense? I don't want to sound like a Pan-African.
I understand. I think what you're trying to say.
Kind of like on those lines. So
right.
For instance, when I was in Cuba, they have a very strong Afro presence, history and everything, to where I feel as though we lost that here, on top of being a patriarchy and everything. But I just think with black people here, we need to kind of withdraw ourselves from American ideology, which is white ideology.
Right. Uncle Stu wanted to say something, and then Low End Theory, and then Joseph Benjamin. Go ahead and add to the conversation, brother.
How you doing, Miss Real Dana? Hi. I don't know if you remember. I've called in and spoken.
Yes, I was like, he looks familiar. I was like, I hope I wasn't mean to him.
I'm gonna go way back on a statement that you made. Ms. Dana, you said where is the voices of African American men, and I'm going to let you know I am producing that sector. So I do have a group of men that is looking for solutions over just rehashing or regurgitating the problem. So the reason we're not being on a dominant force right now is because some people would rather stay with just regurgitating the problem. We're about trying to find a solution to the problem. We see the problem. Yeah. Now we're trying to come up with answers. Second, I'm also going to tell you there are a bunch of African American men, at least in what's being developed around me, that are a little bit more conservative minded versus liberal minded. So that mentality in which you spoke of, there is voices. Again, we still being dominated by numbers. So you're not seeing the numbers, but I'm letting you know that the work is definitely being put in. We are trying to develop, education where we're trying to teach men how to level up on their own business, whether we got to go national or international. So that work is being done. And hopefully between my platform as well as the brothers that surrounded me platform will begin to grow and develop, and you'll be able to see that work being done.
I think, I think that's a conversation that needs to be had because two things. I interviewed Charles Barron. He's assemblyman out of Brooklyn. He's the only politician that I like. But he took me a tour of his district, and he was like, yeah, over there, I forgot the name of the organization, but it was an organization Black men started.
Yeah,
or Black
I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm from New York, so I know.
Okay, and it was in his district, and he was like, "Yeah, they have a $3 million budget." And my eyes perked up. I was like, "Oh, who are these men?" See how women follow the money,
right? Look, I saw your program long enough. I know,
right? So my thing is, but also when he said that, I'm like, "Damn, really?" And maybe this is a man thing, and I'm not saying that there isn't any. I just think like. Men are not like you put a camera in front of a woman's face. She wants to be seen. Men are not like that. Y'all do the work and
absolutely
mind your business. Whereas the way society has worked with social media, you can't just do the work and then go ahead and mind your business. You kind of have to make yourself be present in the forefront. However, America don't like Black men.
Right.
See,
and some of our women don't like our men as well. Hold tight, real quick. Chris Asua say, what you think about this, Dana? I want Uncle Sue to finish talking, but he's saying you're talking about policy, men are talking about cooperation, and that's what a lot of men are talking about, Dana. We're talking about we're not getting cooperation from our women. It's for a myriad of reasons, but you can have men that make 50,000, 60, 100,000, and those women still feel like it's not enough. And it's a myriad of reasons, but keep talking, and Uncle Stu, keep joining. I apologize. Go ahead.
No, well, go ahead. No, I was saying, but to his point, the reason why I'm kind of leaning back towards the policy is because the policy, when you're talking about affirmative action, of course, white women benefit from that most, and maybe Black women came second, and but public policies, and even in a private sector, when you shift resources to one group of gender type of people, and they're able to elevate to where you have the other gender stagnating or falling behind, being locked up, etc., then on a social level, you look at the woman and the man, she's looking at you like, well, what you have that I could benefit from? Can you take care of me? Because I have this going on. What you have going on? Well, there were no resources put into that gender of men, Black men. So a lot of times policy does dictate socially. And because Black women were advancing, they did turn a nose up to Black men.
Well, it was never enough. Go ahead, Uncle Stu. Go ahead.
Okay. What a lot of people's not understanding is that policy is what governs the social situations in this country. And so we have to as a people, we got to attack everything from all sides, because it's not just one thing, but everything. So we got to recognize that there are people that's going to have to attack this from a policy perspective. Because one, if we was to strip away welfare, a lot of stuff that's happening within the African American community would almost shut down immediately.
Well, what would women do if they took away welfare today? They're looking for a man.
Exactly.
Right,
what
right,
would happen
right.
if we
That's true.
shut down
Right.
this policy that says when you do time in prison, you're not allowed to even have a place to stay? When we shut down those policies and we're no longer economically dependent on government for our resources, I guarantee you the social change will take place. Now, at the same time, you're going to need people in the right places to do the right things. You're going to need the culture clinicians who's going to help us be transformative in our mind, because it's definitely going to be a psychological trauma. You're going to need women to reteach. Well, since we use the Bible, you're going to need, instead of looking for Boaz, you're going to need a bunch of Naomis to be in their place to retrain and re-educate these women. You're going to need men who understand international economy and men who understands national economy. Right. So we cannot allow ourselves just become one singular minded and think it's going to take a one answer approach. This is war. And in war, what do we have? We got the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines in order to fight a war. So it's going to take the same thing. So we shouldn't just be looking narrowly. We got to look nationally and globally at finding the answers. And we got to allow ourselves to understand that some people's going to have to be like the Army. So they're going to have to go after government policies. Other people's going to have to be like the Navy. Maybe they got to go after the psychological issues. You know, you got another person that's going to have to go after the theological issues. So everybody just going to have to take a place, take a side, and fight that individual battle. And each one of us is going to have to support each other as we fight in this battle and breaking down things brick by brick.
Dan, let me ask you a question. You know, you're very cerebral. You know, I don't live by the zodiac, but you're either Aries or Gemini or Aquarius. I don't know which one, but
no, but I'm in that family. I'm a Libra.
Yeah, you're balanced. Yeah, you always. I figured that you're looking for balance, so I figured you was in the air. But let me ask you a question, Dana, because I love your intellect and your insight and your wisdom. And you know, I believe in having women coming up and speak because these platforms are for men. I love sisters that are trying to learn. This is not a platform where, you know, I'm going to cap just to, you know, because I got women. I don't do that. But I do love your insight and I love your moxie. Let me ask you a question. What does the modern woman offer to the modern black man? How does marriage benefit a black man? That's one. But then number two, Dana, we didn't have to like President Trump, but President Trump came up with policies that could have spearheaded the black community in a positive direction. So many of our women rejected it. He has some great policies. Right now, our HBCUs are suffering. I went to North Carolina Central University. I'm actually here in Durham right now. Mm-hmm. But one, what does the modern man benefit from marriage? And why did so many of our women reject policies that could have been beneficial to the black family and the black community, in your opinion?
Well, that was questions. It was like multiple questions, but
yeah, it was loaded. Yeah, it was loaded. Right. Well, one, how does marriage benefit the black man? Number two, why did so many of our women reject the policies of President Trump? You can separate the policies from the man.
Right. Well, I think, anything that came out of Trump was being rejected. And now we're going to focus on, and this is me bringing back in that balance, because there were black men voting Democrat too. Now, the Republicans saw an increase in black men, right? I think it went up to 12%, but you still had 88% of black men voting Democrat, 98% of black women. So just black people keep voting for the Democrats and we keep getting the same results. So anything that came out of Trump, because I feel as though I believe, and let's just focus on black women. I feel as though that whole narrative was pushed. Trump is a racist, playing on emotions. See,
right.
women, naturally we react on emotions, and that's how we make decisions and vote. That's how we were voting. People were voting. So that was automatically just going to be rejected because it was Trump, and that was the narrative they were painting. He was a racist, and you always just, oh, we're going to give update the Voting Rights Act, just BS policy. Nothing about, when I say building families, meaning nothing about reparations. That was definitely not a topic. Nothing about mass incarceration, because that affects majority of Black men. How do you reduce that? Well, what are the programs that these men could come home to get a career, get a job and start being providers? It was nothing to uplift 88% of their base of Black men that voted for them. So on the terms of the policy with Trump, that was an emotional type way of thinking and voting. And what was the other question? It was about marriage, why men don't want to get married.
Yeah, so I'm going to ask you the question, what is the benefit for the average modern man as it relates to marriage? Most men don't see marriage as a benefit. If a man saw you and said, Dana is hot, I want her to be my woman.
No, I'm reading his comment. He was like, she on cold, but she go back on the star report and she yes, I curse on my platform, honey. I'm a cursor. I'm from Jersey. My favorite curse word is F. So yes.
Right.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, what was the question about men don't want to be married?
Right. So many men don't see the benefit of marriage. What do modern women offer men as it relates to marriage and companionship? What would you say they offer men, in your opinion?
I mean, what is the benefit of marriage now? It's, because it always, to me, marriage is a business. It's a business. It's not about love. It's not about your feelings. So what are we in the business of doing? So marrying the modern women, I love Kevin Samuels, even though I don't like him, but I love him because he comes up with these terms, great content creator. I grew up, my mother always worked. My grandmother, women in my family worked. They were married, they took care of their man or whatever. They had, problems in their relationships, but everybody worked, because what's wrong with working? To have your own money, you contribute, whatever you contribute to the household. So there's nothing wrong with being a modern woman or being educated or having a career or making your own money. What are your home values? What is it that we plan on doing together? So a lot of times I would say men do not want to get married now, because in the event she do a 360 or something go wrong or you grow apart, he knows it's going to cost some money. And if you marry, you have alimony and you have child support, which is two separate things. And when I'm heard a couple of times with different people on YouTube saying that some men ended up in a poorhouse when they got a divorce and the woman was working. So is it financially, is it fiscal, is it fiscal beneficial for men to get married nowadays? Well, I would say if you marry this modern woman who has a career and a great job, if you marry her, yeah, you could save a whole lot of money and y'all could build or whatever y'all agree upon. And marrying a modern woman, if you were to get a divorce, you probably won't have to pay her alimony because she was making a certain amount of money. So it's probably cheaper. However, I guess people don't want men, particularly Black men, dealing with this government, child support, alimony, just on a state level, everybody poking in your business. They don't want to deal with none of that. You already got a bullseye on your back where you get pulled over by the cops. You don't know what's going to happen. You probably know someone that was locked up. This whole mass incarceration, to where I said Black men are not liked here in America. You are a threat to the white system here in America. So why do I want to put myself in that same system with the women who may turn out and may not be the right person for me? We may come across some issues what do y'all say? Not being cooperative or whatever.
Right. And I think that's the main thing. I want to ask you another question. I'm going to let Low End Theory and then on the Ingram experience, chop it up. Are modern women wife ready? Are most black women wife ready, Dana, in your opinion?
Probably not. No, ain't no probably no. Because when you look at the family that she came from, you know, you have to be taught to be a wife, and they're not teaching their daughters to be a wife. The focus is education, or depending on what type of family you come from, probably something ratchet, you know? So the emphasis is not about family. It's about everything else except for family. So if it's not about family, then you're not being taught to be a wife, to even be a mother. So that's not being taught anymore. Like,
let me ask you a question.
The whole thing has changed.
Were you married? And if you were married, what did you learn that you must unlearn in order to get married again?
No, I was never married. And I always said if I would have married, because me and my son father was good for 10 years, 5 before our son and then 5 after. But I said if we and him would have got married, considering the time when we met, we probably definitely would have been divorced by now, but such is life. My parents were married. They're still married, even though they had the ghetto divorce to where they've been separated for little over 30 years. So me personally, at my age now, I have to I will look at it. Why would I get married? For me, you know, what would be the benefit? However, I do want a partner. I do not want to grow old alone. I know that for sure. Does that mean a marriage, or does that mean having a life partner? You know, but I'm mature enough now to know what I want and to just ask that question. So if marriage comes out of that, that's fine. But I know I want a life partner. But when you have, let's say, when I was younger, I wanted me and my son father to get married. We was in our 20s. And his thing was, I love you to death. But he was like, I don't want to, because he's going to feel like he's locked down. He didn't want to be locked down. So I think it comes with a maturity thing as well. You have to teach children, you know, growing up. And when your kids are adults, they're still going to make their own decision. But it has to be taught in the household and also displayed. They also have to see it, that there are steps and rules and regulations. And it's just things that you do and you don't do. And it takes a certain type of level of maturity and patience to get married, to be married, and to make sure that marriage lasts or work, you know, because it's work. And people are very immature. People are very selfish. Women are selfish. And they want what they want when they want it. So the whole moral concept here is people with their morals and their values are totally different today. Totally different. So marriage is, I don't know. I think marriage is like a pastime. There are some women who want to get married because they want a husband and they don't want to work. Some women want to get married because they want the wedding. They want people to bring them gifts and she wants to dress up and be pretty. That has nothing to do with marriage. They want the wedding and not the benefits or the responsibilities that come out of a marriage. Because if you actually break down people, I guess whoever's on this panel that are married or been married, you know what that entails. I don't. And I do know it's work, but do I want to take on that type of work with somebody?
Shout out to Eagle Eyes for the $5 super chat. So Jamie Foxx is a smart businessman. And so many men feel like they're boxed in, and I'm on Low End Theory and then the Ingram experience to speak their piece. But many men feel boxed in. Guys, you got to mute yourself. I'm going to mute you guys. Many men feel boxed in on the prospects of marriage because once again, Dana, they don't see any benefit. Most women don't go into relationships willing to serve. They go in with an agenda. That's what a lot of men are saying, Dana.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, you know, instead of seeing that man as their husband. See, I went to UNC Chapel Hill for graduate school. They used the word, Dana, partner, which is an egalitarian construct. But most men that are traditional want to come into the marriage being the head and the leader of their family. And when women hear that word, that dirty word, Dana, submit and obey, many women are repelled by that. Why are so many women, Dana, repelled by that word? And make it brief, and then I want low end theory in the Ingram experience to get some feedback. Go ahead, dear.
I'm sorry.
Why are so many women go into relationships and they have a conniption about the word submit and obey? Why are so many women having a conniption when men say, I need a woman that's going to submit and obey me?
A couple of things. Was she raised by her father, and did her father explain to her what that entails for a woman to be submissive to her man? And two, you have to look at the man and what he expects. You know, I mean, sometimes people, their definition of submission is just ancient times, and it's not realistic or whatever, but was she taught the meaning of submission when it comes to her man, her husband? And a lot of times, no, you know, and that is not in our culture, especially now. And was he taught what that means? Because in order for a woman to be submissive to you, you have to be a provider. You have to show up as a full, complete man. You can't expect me to give you something that you're not ready to receive, and you don't even know how to handle that. See, males think because they have a penis that a woman's supposed to automatically be a certain way towards you or give you something. And no, a man knows that respect is earned. A man knows that he has to show up at a certain way in order to receive submission from a woman.
But Dana, I'm going to refute that real quick, because there are men that have money and power and they still don't get the submission. You know, there are men
that has nothing to do with it.
But think about it, Dana. Listen, you said that your point of reference was that a man has to provide and protect and more or less, you know, and I do agree with that to some part. I don't believe a woman should just submit just because. I don't agree with that. But the ongoing argument is that if a man have money and provider and he's working on his purpose, then a woman's going to automatically submit. And and what I'm saying, that's not the case. You have a lot of high profile men that were providing and they got divorced. Ask Dr. Dre, Jeff Bezos, and many other high profile men. My point is there's no accountability, Dana, in my opinion, with many modern women. Many women don't hold their own women accountable. If you told the truth and called some women out, they would call you a pick-me for just speaking the truth. So there are shaming languages and shaming circles when women like you that do speak out, they're trying to shame you, Dana. We just saw from April Mason, Ayanna Van Zant, and also other women that are considered to be elders say our women are out of control, out of order. The Shahrazad Ali's, they said the same thing. But when those women speak up, they get a bunch of pushback and feedback. What's your point? And then I want Low End Theory and Mr. Ingram to speak. Go ahead.
Well, those are all celebrities, and they didn't get pushed back because what they got, they made millions of dollars. So they didn't get pushed back. They probably just tired of the negative connotation that comes with it, and they just want to chill. And I get it, because Ayanna Van Zandt, who is certified and has a license and stuff like that, she's older. She wants to live her life. So, but yeah, women are, but the bottom line, what they're saying, women are out of order. However, with the people you name, like Jeff Bezos or Dr. Dre, these people have been married for over 10 years. That's totally different to whereas you have a lot of marriages that don't even go past 5 years. These are 20 plus year marriages. And sometimes you just grow apart. Just because you marry someone does not mean you're going to be with that person for the rest of your life. That's unrealistic. The thing is, what are you owed? Or some women think that I'm automatically supposed to get half, you know? So again, going back to the money factor, and men know it's money. You're going to have to pay either way, but how much is the issue? So let me avoid all that, where I don't have to do that. I just want to get married. And women who, these modern women are making a whole bunch of money now, just as much. The women who are making money just as much as the men, they're getting taken to the bank too. Men filing for alimony, and they probably don't want to deal with that either. So I don't like to use celebrities as an example because they are celebrities and they already made their money. They're on a whole nother level, to whereas the average American, if you are a man, you could, if you have a job and you have a place to stay, like you said earlier, and you're a provider, you're giving her necessities that she needs. So you are still a man, you are still providing for your woman. So right, for her to not be cooperative, or she don't know how to be submissive, going back to the women, she wasn't taught how to, because some women really do think that in order for me to be submissive to a man, he has to be this type of man, money and power. No, there are a lot of men with money and power who don't deserve submission, because they're not even a true man themselves.
Right.
You can make $30,000 a day and be a provider and be a 100% man and be on your purpose, and someone who deserves submission. So it's the women who don't know the difference between the two. She don't understand what it means to submit.
Right. Excellent. Low and Derry, go ahead, and then Mr. Ingram, I want you to add to that. Go ahead, Low and Derry. Hold tight. Let me unmute you. Hold tight. Go ahead, brother.
That's me.
Unmute yourself.
Okay. As you guys were talking, and this is one of the first points that she brought up. She first came on about why women are getting the blame now. While you guys were talking, I went online and I typed in African American women in the women's suffrage movement, and I came up with about 96 names. And this is between 1859 and let's say the 1950s and 60s. And I see about 96 names of Black women who joined the women's suffrage movement to get an alliance with white women. And these women were educators, they were politicians, and they had even the lady who started the YWCA, one of the Black women who helped start that. So women divesting from their men has been happening for longer than the last 20 years. What I'm seeing is a lot of women, they wanted to have equal say and equal share with what their men had. And so to do that, they began to start all of these women's organizations and things. But what I'm seeing is that the men didn't stop them from getting their rights. But what happened was a whole lot of women came from under the leadership of their men just to do this and to be in alliance with white women. So this has been happening a whole lot longer than the last 20, 30 years. It's been happening for a very long time. I'm looking here and I see Virginia Hewlett Douglas, who was Frederick Douglass's wife, who was a part of the women's suffrage movement. As powerful as her husband was, she wanted to come from under the leadership of her husband. Sojourner Truth is on this list. Ida B. Wells is on this list. Mary McLeod Bethune is on this list. And of course, Mary McLeod Bethune, she had a whole institution that she started. So when you have an institution that you start and you begin to place all of these different equality concepts into other women, it's like a domino effect. And it's going to go from generation to generation to generation to generation. And now we're at ground zero now because of all of that. So it's been happening a whole lot longer than what we think. It's been happening since since we have been freed from slavery here in America. So we can't say that women don't own a big chunk of the responsibility of what's happening now. You got to take ownership of it. But at what point have we ever seen women take ownership and have some type of agency for the problems that's happening within our community? No. What they do is say, no, what the men didn't do. Why did our men allow us to do this? And what men can't take responsibility? Why we're always blaming the women? Well, this has been happening for hundreds of years. And, I think we kind of disassociate ourselves from history because we're so inundated with what's happening right now. And we don't go back in history and see how things have been, where the origin of a whole lot of things have started. So women and their independence and their divesting from men now started hundreds of years ago. So
yeah, I don't agree with it.
Interesting.
You don't have to agree. You can
Yeah,
go
no,
and find it.
but that's a discussion right there that has to be had, because the difference between the Ida B. Mary Bethune, I always say her last name wrong. Ida B. Wells, I believe she had a newspaper, her and some black men. She always wrote and made sure that she highlighted the lynching of black people, particularly black men of her times. The difference then that they were not divesting from black men. And those 90-something black women that was part of the women's suffrage, well, how many of them were married with children? Like I said, the feminist movement that started in the 70s, majority of those white women were married, right? Even though they, so there's nothing wrong with women having equality, because we are the ones teaching the children in the household, getting education. However, I feel as though that we are equal in value, but we're not equal when it comes to our gender responsibilities.
I agree with that. We're equal in essence, but not in role and design. But low end theory does bring some very interesting points. Shout out to my man Chris Strong, Art Talks, and he says, what is culture? And Chris and I, we're going to be in the sunny city of Copacabana Beach soon. We're going back to Brazil to celebrate the death of Charles Tyler, that more or less gave men options outside the contextual framework of the United States. We're going to be in the movie Frustrated 3 that will be airing soon. Hopefully, Brother Greaves will have the movie ready, and I look forward to that conversation. But Ingram, of the Ingram experience, what are you getting from what Dana is saying? Low End Theory brought some great points. What's your take on what Dana is saying? And I like Dana because Dana is fearless. She's very cerebral. But I think Dana is honest. But, Dana don't have all the answers, nor do I. But what's your take on what Dana is saying? Unmute yourself, brother. Hold tight. Let me unmute you. Hold tight. Go ahead.
Hey, salute to you guys all. I appreciate you bringing it on. And Dana has a very unique perspective.
Right.
But I always think sometimes the problems are a whole lot less complicated than we think they are. Mm-hmm. And she brought up a very valid point. She talked about, first of all, for the women out there in the chat, I always break it down to the simplest. First of all, I don't believe in the partnership thing, and most men don't.
Right.
There's masculine men role, and there's feminine roles that women play in relationships. And for me, the fundamental disconnect has to do with respect, cooperation, and virtues and things of that nature. But masculine men who are successful and hardworking can care less about your job. My money's made. Your job brings nothing to the table. For me, I think the biggest issue that you have is the cooperation factor, because men, really all men, want a peaceful home.
Right.
The disconnect in the situation comes on if you're a guy and you're in a relationship. Women don't understand how uncomfortable it is for men to fight with women. It's a very losing battle. You have guys that are married even today. They'll go to the park for 4 hours and sit down and watch the birds and the ducks before they come home.
It's so true.
You know what I mean? Guys don't, and women don't know how unattractive it is to have a woman talking to a man like he's a child. You want to kick, nobody wants to have sex with their mother, period. And so we have these emasculating things going on in our relationships because people don't want to speak the facts. And that's the issue that we have with the Black woman, is that I'm not your child. You're not my mother. I'm a grown man. I'm a lion. You're a lioness. I run the pride. I do my job. I keep the hyenas away. There's no such thing as equality. When that sound goes bang in the middle of the night, my ass better get down there and take care of it. If I don't take care of that, my sex life or my life and my respect is gone. If we're walking together in a park,
that's true.
Somebody comes out to harm you, I better jump into action. Whether I win or lose. And if I don't, I'm done. So we got to put men and masculinity back in the community, and not this watered down type of masculinity we have. And especially, I'm not a fan of Obama or any of these people that promote policies that deal mostly with the LGBT, whatever community, or are more interested in turning our boys into girls than it is to building community and establishing masculinity. But for the women, my thing with them is I want to understand something. I want you to envision something. If me and you, I'm in Delaware right now. If I had to drive with you in an RV for a week from Delaware down to Florida, am I going to have a smile on my face because your company is so wonderful and feminine and beautiful? Or am I going to jump to my debt in the Chesapeake? By the time I get down where Uncle Stu is at, I'm going to jump out that RV and kill myself in the Chesapeake because I can't take it anymore. Guys are just trying. Guys don't like ball breakers. And a lot of black women are ball breakers.
Right.
Not ball busters, I call them. And the idea, let me tell you how unproductive fighting and uncooperation is. If you're fighting every day, you're not making money. You're not focused on money. You're not focused on building community. You're not focused on being in your best self and being productive. And nobody wants to be involved in this civil war. So you take this guy like me who's unmarried, right? I have my money. I have my life. I'm in the gym. I'm working on my purpose. I'm squared away. And that's another problem that I have too. Every time you talk about guys like me, you want to talk about the bums, the Dusties, the Pookies and the Ray Rays. Let me tell you something. I look at it from the perspective of victimology. There is an understanding the relationship between victims and the offenders. I'm nobody's victim. I'm no white man's victim or anybody else. No white man has stopped me from making money. I'm that black guy that takes your damn job and become your boss. I'll tell you what to do. So that weak mindset that we have in the black community needs to stop. Stop being a victim. If you know what the predator is going to do, why would you want to be a victim? And wouldn't you counter that? You learn from the mistakes that you have in life. But I think, I don't want to take up too much of that, but the thing about it is this mentality that men is the problem. No, it's just guys don't want peace. They don't want to fight. They don't want to argue. They just want to come home, a peaceful home. That partnership thing is for somebody else. That's really what it is. Guys just want peace, man. Guys don't want to have a headache.
You're right. And the older you get, the more you want that peace. You know, there's a scripture in theology that say a quarrelsome and contentious woman run a man to the rooftop. And that's why when men go abroad, they get cooperative women that are feminine. They listen and they calm that man's blood pressure down. Men want to be in environments where they can be at rest, because black men, and Mr. Ingram, you know what I'm talking about. I got a background in law enforcement too. I got my first degree in law enforcement. You got a background in law enforcement as well. You know, and I know that being a black man in America is stressful. And you know, there was a time, Dana, where even though our women were going to school, they still knew who their husbands were. They still respect. They said, listen, I might get my education, but when I come home, I'm a respect and defer to my man. They didn't challenge their husband's authority. But a lot of these women now, Dana, not only do they challenge their man's authority, they still expect that man to be traditional and more or less to be subjugates to her whims. G-Man, you're on. I want you to add to the conversation. And, you know, I like what Dana's saying. She makes some good points. I think she's fair. But, you know, Dana's a woman, and I'm not saying that to be misogynistic, but she's anyway. But Dana, I love you. I love your energy. You know, but go ahead, G-Man. I want you to talk about what Dana's talking about.
Well, I heard it, and the only reason why I came on because again got triggered. Dana said something about it was sort of like I forgot because everybody talking, but it was like, what does a man bring to the table? Blah blah this, and blah blah that. Dana, even on your show, Judge Joe Brown went in on Tina Turner's pathetic ass. Yeah, he did. Yes, he did. So you got to understand something. This ain't even your battle. You are the product of this shit happening back then. So now y'all got invisible kahunas. If I was at war there is 4 things I'm gonna do. Each one of these brothers on this platform, I'm gonna kidnap, and then I'm gonna get them to safety, because of women. What I have seen in my lifetime, y'all have put a lot of brothers in the grave, a lot of men in the grave. Let's not talk about this other side of the fence, where these white cats be going to the oil patch, working, making buku money, at least 10 grand a month. They rather send money home to their wives so they don't have to hear a bickering ass. Understand this. Ray Hagan said this long time ago, and I've heard it. Every man wants to come home to peace. I think it was Chris Rock who said, just can I come home and eat my big piece of chicken? We kind of don't want to hear what y'all got to say, because y'all was put in position by the corporate world. I remember when that was a transition. When I came out of college, it was like I was overqualified, even to push a damn broom. But they will put you all in position. You didn't earn this. You are just a pawn on a chessboard. Now, if we really want to fight, we're going to have to get off this platform and face ourselves. But to be honest with you, I think men are that loyal to life that we would come to the negotiating table. I would be in the back of the room with Kosher putting tape over my mouth, because I'm saying, hell no, let's not do it. But I do think the 19-year-olds and younger, they need a way, and I think they need to separate, because this is why these young girls are trying to connect with, why somebody want to call me now, want to connect with Ivana, not Shazara Ali. They want to hook up with her, and she says she's got to come out of retirement again to try to save the community. Y'all can take your money. Y'all won this battle. You got this. But I kind of wish y'all would have listened, because honestly, we love you. But since you tag team with the government, George Bush, for 32 years, and then they give us somebody who's not even black. I'm a brother. Obama's not a brother. He's not fully. He's part of the Muslim Brotherhood. So he didn't like us anyway. But that was trickery. I've seen it all. My hurt is, ain't nothing like a sister. Now, the sisters in Brazil, they love us. That's the stories I hear. And I'm saying this, even in Vietnam, those women over there love the brothers. We don't have no clue who we are.
Right.
But if y'all don't watch out, and I did say y'all, which means all you sisters, y'all gonna be on the bottom and left out. And this is what the government wants. They want y'all left out. What happened to the team? We use a tag team, they asked. And honestly, we're so dangerous that we can come up within 24 hours. That is why this world is scared of us, because every culture who has come into the hood has gotten paid. This is about money. I'm going back to you and Tina Turner. She wrote the record. What's love got to do with it? She wrote that bullshit. Phyllis Hyman and all these people were talking about love. Frankie Beverly, love. Somehow y'all adapted to put a ring on it. Beyonce, how can you talk when you're married? The psychology, it just blows me away. Sometimes I got to twist one up and smoke and say, shit, am I living in the Matrix? Am I? Because this is too simple. The women of the Western cultures, which is United States and Canada, they're going to lose because they drunk the poison. There's no you without me. You are the aircraft carriers of life. The men are the givers of life. Without your father, without all our fathers, we couldn't be here. We ain't no test tube babies. So it don't really seem like we're gonna iron this out. I like the fact that these brothers are still sticking in there. I got a penny refund check says F it. And that's the most insulting thing in my life. And you know who I bet you was laughing at this check when I got it? Black women working in the child support office. Obese ones too. And they couldn't take it because I called them in mail fraud. So maybe you all, and I said this to D in the chat, You all won't even apologize and mean it because the arrogance, y'all drunk that arrogance. Maybe not you, because I look at your show and you kind of get it from both ends. But there's a lot of women out there that they just stepped on our necks and thought we wasn't going to stand up. If you go, and Coach, I said to you last night, I challenge all y'all, go read Willie Lynch and then go walk outside. Just go walk outside. You can see the results of it. The results. Malcolm talked about it. Now we're talking about it. I just don't think coming back to the negotiating table, negotiating your economics, it's not worth it. Again, men have died because of this worthless Federal Reserve note. Homelessness. Most men out there on the street because of a bad divorce. Shit, you're right. Tina, right. What's love got to do with it? It's a secondhand emotion. It really is.
Right, and it goes back
That's
to what
all
I
got to say. I hope I didn't offend nobody.
Oh no.
Shit, I'm beat up from it. I'm beat up from it. But I still stand tall.
Yeah, give me.
And it's funny, Dana.
Give me a minute.
The strength I got comes from a woman, my grandmother.
Right, give me. But that was a different breed of woman.
I wish my daughter would listen, but my daughter is doing the same ratchet BS to her baby's daddy.
It was a different generation.
I'm defending him, so I say, you know what?
Right.
Die. Go. Just go away.
Right,
Nobody wants problems.
Right.
A man wants peace, his big piece of chicken, and his beautiful slice of watermelon. That is it.
Well, it was a different generation.
Just peace.
But shout out to my man Chris Strongheart.
That's it, Coach. That's all I got to say.
He said we cannot alpha women into being feminine wives. They have to want it, and that's very true, Chris. It's something they got to be taught, but also it got to be repercussions. And Dana, you said something that was very powerful. In Brazil and those other countries, you're correct. They don't have safeguards like welfare and all of those things. They don't. So they have to rely and to respect their men. Women here have too many options, so they have no reason to respect their men. Men here are powerless, and many are very emasculated. And that's why a lot of men are so frustrated and suffering silence. But go ahead. I want yourself, Benjamin, to pop on. And then I want another woman to pop on because I got to leave in a few minutes too. I got to see clients. But go ahead, Dana, because I love your insight.
Two quick things.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
No, what is your name? But the gentleman who was just speaking, I don't know your name, but it's two things you said.
It's G-Man.
G-Man. If black men going to Brazil and hooking up with black women, I don't have a problem with that because she's black and she African. Please don't use Vietnam and Asian women as an example because they're not African. So, and during Vietnam, a lot of them were acting as prostitutes or whatever. So, but if she's a black woman, I don't care where she's from, that's fine, as long as she's black and African. And as far as the music, you're right. You have Beyonce with Put a Ring on It and What's Love Got to Do with It. However, you still had men with Snoop Dogg, bitches ain't nothing but hoes or whatever. So it took a group effort. It was black men and black women expressing themselves when it comes to music and musical culture, expressing relationships.
But was that before the fact or after the fact? Because Dana, if you go back in time, men have always been the romantics. Groups like the Stylistics, Blue Magic. When you go back and listen to romantic swoons from the past, they won't say that negative, derogatory stuff.
Right.
It's only on up till the 90s where women start changing radically. And after they took some of the poison from the baby boomers, that you start hearing men saying, itches ain't ish, but H and tricks.
Well, no, I got to push back to you on that one. Because,
okay, go ahead, Dana, go ahead.
When we look at, because the music did change. It did a complete 360. Now, we want to look at who put it out there first. I'm going to say the men artists, because hip hop, let's just talk about hip hop, that was dominated by men. When you were talking about female rappers, they didn't come out till later. So you are the leaders. We're following your lead. You were on the forefront first. It was hard for women to get into hip hop and become a rapper and be successful. You can say that as far as R&B too, but there is a difference from then as into what is being played now. It's a big difference. So everything is not all on the black women. Like black men, yeah, you got to take some accountability too. But we all know when it comes to the word accountability, women in general have a problem with that. all women do. You're not going to find that. You're not going to find a different result in another different type of woman. That's just a woman thing. But you cannot sit up here and say all of the problems that happen to Black America is the Black woman.
But I think what Black men are saying, Dana, those percentages of Black men that cause a dysfunction or in our communities were not the majority. It was a minority. And so it would be, in my opinion, disingenuous to accost a smaller percentage of the greater percentage at the risk of the smaller percentage.
Were there some statistics? We don't really have those actual numbers.
Well, okay, and that's fair. That's fair. But let's look at it from an anecdotal perspective. Let's look at the anecdotal, and that's a fair persuasion, Dana. There are plenty of Black men. If you look at data now that says that, I don't know how true it is, but I hear it quoted all the time, that 59% of Black men don't have children. That's one. 29% of men now are virgins. Now, that could be white and Black. And so if 59% of Black men don't have kids, what does that say about the choices of so many of our women? They pick swag over substance. They look at a man that's a hard worker, 9 to 5, he's a square, and they say he's boring because men have been imprinted by dusty men. And so what they do when they get in trouble, they equivocate all Black men with the kind of men that they associated with. And so a lot of Black men are frustrated because they say, look, I'm tired of being held accountable for the mistakes of a percentage of Black men that I had nothing to do with. I grew up in the 90s. I was a top tier dude. I played ball, had a chance to play college ball. But I was not here getting women pregnant. I wasn't hoeing around. I was a good guy. So how am I going to take accountability for what other men did when I had nothing to do with it? I wasn't part of it. I can take accountability for my role into the situation. But then if I was not a part of it, then how can I be accountable? So a lot of times we throw that around and we tend to equivocate that it's 100% all Black men. But that wouldn't be fair to all Black men because my father wasn't the dusty Black man. He took care of his kids and he took care of his family. Joseph Benjamin, what's your take on what Dana's saying real quick?
I would say, based on what you just said, I would imagine that Dana would flip it and say, well, that's exactly the same way we think, right? How could you say that it's us? It's, you're painting like a broad stroke of how Black American women are. And this is the reason why a lot of men want to go outside the country and travel out, deal with different kind of women, foreign women, based on exactly what you just said. But instead of Black men, it would be Black women. So that's what I would just be thinking. Like if I was a woman, that's what I would be thinking. So, based on what everyone else have been saying, I think I just been listening. I agree with some of them. I disagree with some of the points that you guys have been making.
What do you disagree with?
What I disagree with. It was just a lot of points thrown around. I think the one fella he had just left, so I can't really address him directly. He was talking about, oh my goodness, like history and things like that went back in the past, like in the 1950s. 100 women. Yeah. I mean, that's the first time I've ever heard it. If it's true, it's true. I'm gonna look into it myself. But I'm sure there's some nuances to that I don't even understand. Because if it was just a quick Google search for him, which is what I remember him saying,
I think that could be a whole show.
Different show, yeah, altogether.
Right.
One thing about me, when I leave people channels or panels or whatever, when I know it's good is when I'm thinking about something. Mm-hmm. That I know I'm going to be thinking about.
I'm curious about it too. So I was like, oh, really? Okay, there's got to be, maybe there's something more. Maybe, for example, perhaps those women were fighting for something different than what feminism is today. Like, I don't think it was like, going against men. I think it was mostly for, I would guess, for the equality of women at the time.
There was no Black Lives Matter organization
agenda. It was totally, I can imagine it was totally different. I could be wrong, but I think there's more to it than him just looking at the Google research in that moment he was looking at it. But it's still giving me something to think about. So that's one thing I slightly disagree with based on the lack of knowledge that I have. Things that I do agree with. A lot of the points that you were making about how, Black men, Black women, for example, not taking responsibility or accountability for their own actions. That is the case. I would say when I notice that, I just kind of just go my own way. I just walk away from the person. I don't even have an argument with the person. I don't go on the internet and talk about it like a lot of people do. I see people talking about it, but it's almost as if a lot of men choose to go through with it. So they see it, they recognize it's an issue, and yet because they want to get that thing that Lauren here always talks about, they ignore those issues and they have children with those type of women that they dislike in America. And now they having baby mama drama, child support issues, alimony, things like that. So a lot of these issues can be prevented. And if we stop dealing with those type of women, then those women will naturally start to change their tune. So a lot of it is, yes, women need to take accountability, but men need to make the choices. Like women can't force us into a relationship with them. They can't force us to have sex with them. They can't force us to impregnate them. So we have that choice. And we choose to go through with things. And then we look back in hindsight and say, oh, she was a BITC. Oh, she just wasn't what I thought she was. But you didn't know that the first night you slept with her, the second night, and then she got pregnant. But now in hindsight, you look back and say, well, no, you never gave yourself time to even vet that woman in the first place. But because your libido was out of control, now these are the prices that you have to pay, the consequences you have to deal with. And it affects you mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and psychologically.
Right. Listen, guys, it's 84 in the chat right now. Thank you guys for watching. I think everybody to share this content because this is a powerful conversation. We got the thinker and the scale balancer, Dana Dane in the house. Dana Dane with fame. We got Dana in the house. We got the old man, Uncle Stu, dropping gems. We got the Ingram experience. He's an intellectual too. And we got my man, Yosef Benjamin. Listen, guys, share this content with at least 5 men and women that think like you because there are women that are trying to learn. They have been conditioned like we've been conditioned. They have been conditioned to fight against us, and we have been conditioned to be slaves. And so when Dana more or less coming to the discussion, I think Dana is coming in to learn. She doesn't know everything. And so I've always been impressed by her acumen and her ability to think. I'm not going to agree with everything Dana's saying. Dana's not going to agree with everything that I say, and I'm okay with that. But I do like her decorum and her fire and her tenacity. And then having a traditional patriarch like Judge Joe Brown on her show lets me know that she is very much astute to trying to understand the social malfeasance that often occurs within the contextual framework of the American black male. But real quick, Dana, you're in North Carolina, right?
No, I don't live in North Carolina. I have a lot of family there, and I visit there a lot. I may move there, but I don't live there.
Okay, okay. I was going to ask you where your family is, but don't do that. But I'm not going to do that. But at some point, send me your information. I want to get in contact with you. But
yes, the email you have in your description, that's the email.
Yes, ma'am.
The diagnostic consultation, but I can still use that email.
Yes, ma'am. You can use that because many of our men are going through psychological trauma. Many of our men and women are broken. And until we do the internal healing, we're not going to become better versions of ourselves. Real quick, because as we're moving on, do you have a son or a daughter, Dana? Do you have both?
I have both. I have my oldest is my daughter. She's 28 and 4 kids, so I'm a grandmother.
Okay.
And she's married. She's been married for 10 years.
Right.
And my son is 22 or 23. He doesn't have kids. He's in school and he's working. He's not thinking about marriage or kids. Right. Let me shout out this super chat to Eagle Eyes for the $5 super chat. He said, Apostle Paul said, if you're married, you're in bondage. If you're not married, you're free. Jamie Foxx is free. And, a lot of men are freeing themselves. But, I think the sentiment that Kevin is saying, when he's giving men an option, he's saying that men do want to get married, but they feel like there are not many marriage-worthy women. And because of that, it's left them with a conniption. And basically what Kevin was saying is that men should explore their options. I don't have a problem with men exploring their options, whether it's Afro-Latin, Black. I know, Dana, you say it should be only with women from the diaspora. But listen, if an Asian woman show a man some love, I don't have a problem with it.
I don't.
I mean, love is love, but what is she going to teach your child about Blackness? So.
Well, if the father's Black, in my mind, the man is Black. The man is a disseminator of culture.
But she needs to know it too. If she's not willing to educate herself on Black history, Black culture, then that's a problem with me. Well, I told my son that he can't marry no white woman. So that's kind of my
keyword. He can't marry.
It's like you look at the Black women. Okay, what is he going to choose from? So
right. But suppose Becky or Mei Ling show him love and she's submissive and she makes him happy. You know, suppose she played that song by Teddy Pendergrass. She said, "You inspire me." You know?
Listen, you could be friends, you could be in a relationship, but you ain't gonna marry her and make babies with her.
Why not? The black seed is dominant. Huh?
The what? The what's dying?
Why not? Listen, you're light skinned, Dana. You got some white blood in your family. I bet if you did your DNA
but
ancestry.
that was by enslavement. That's different. But I still got the African and some Native probably up in there somewhere. But
you got some Wahoo in you. Don't say Cherokee, please. Don't say Cherokee.
I'm not gonna say anything of that. I'm already beefing with somebody from that sector. But the thing is, like your babies gotta be black babies.
I respect that. I respect your opinion. But Uncle Stu, we're going to sign off in a few minutes. What did you get from this conversation? We're going to do a psychic soul train, starting with Uncle Stu, the old man off the block. What did you get from this conversation and the declining role of marriage and relationships? What did you get from this conversation?
What I got out of it is we got a lot of work to do, and we got to do it, and we got to just put our feet, our head, our mind, our soul, and our spirit to the grind. I give everybody the right, because as a veteran, you got a right to do what you need to do for your peace of mind and for your love. And last, I want to just say thank you, Kosher Clinician, for allowing me up here on the panel. I would definitely love to connect with you again. And Real Dana, I do subscribe to you, so I'm definitely going to be, checking you out and hope that I can get in contact with you as well. So altogether, what I got, at least in the position that I'm in, I'm honored to be on the panel with all of y'all up here, and we got some work to do. We got some work to do. So I'm ready to put in the work, and let's get it done.
Well, me and Dana said we were on Shannon Rawls' show. I don't think it's going to happen in our lifetime, so I don't see it. But
yeah, I did see it.
But
let me say this. Let me say this. I am honored and blessed that I got daughters. My daughters married black men. They still married, happy. 2 of them bought a house before they presented the ring. So I still got hope.
Well, yeah, I would say it's, from a micro level, perhaps, but overall, I don't see it. On line 917 said, honest question for the lady. What fault do black women solely have in this failed state of the community? Again, do not include black men. So Dana, use the scales of balance to add clarity to what that brother asked.
I'm going to say, if the first thing I read, when you was talking, I read it, and at first I said 50-50, but then it's like, no, I'm going to tip it 60%. I'm going to say probably a little bit more because, but like I said, because black men are somewhat of an endangered species here, which means we should have and should be stepping up to support more and to help deflect that, and we're not. So 60%.
How can black men step up, Dana, when, many times we don't really glorify our black men like we do our black women? Black girls magic, black girls rock, but we have nothing to more or less spearhead to lift up our young black men. We actually, Dana, castigate our black men many times. And I remember you was on the show with Shannon. You was talking about the initiative that Barack Obama had about my father's keepers, I believe. My brother's keepers, right. And so it seems like anytime black men, especially young black men, are given traction, we tend to deny it at the behest of trying to raise our girls above them. And I think, Dana, it's self-sabotage because what we're doing, we're actually raising the men that we hate. Our men have been psychologically emasculated. Many of them have very low self-esteem. Many are living through the vicarious trauma of their angry and bitter mothers. And because of that, Dana, they have been conditioned to defer power instead of demanding it. What's your take on that, Dana?
Yeah, I mean, not only do they don't deal with their bitter mothers, but the father was absent to circumvent that, to give him that manly cushion. But that's a great question. I will say there are Black men that are doing things in their community on a local level that's not on. See, we're on YouTube and we do a lot of things. We do a lot of talking on YouTube. The real work is outside of YouTube. This is a great place for connections and networking. And that's not even being utilized. So let's just take YouTube for a second. YouTube, to me, is filled with more negative than it is positive. Because again, in this culture, American culture, fuckery, the craziness, that's what sells. That's what get people to listen. So it's too much of black man versus black woman instead of, hey, let's network, let's work together. Also, when we look at it outside of YouTube in our community, they are organizations, but I don't see a lot of them talked about, let's say on Instagram or social media. However, I do think that, let's just say an organization or a group of black men start going to these private corporations in the private sector, asking them to partner, to sponsor, or to give money. Because black women do that all the time, to where we don't, that's just the thing to do. I remember Congresswoman Maxine Waters, I spoke about this on a show 2 weeks ago. She was saying how in Tulsa, the Black Wall Street of Tulsa, Oklahoma, that the natives there should be paying reparations to the black victims because that's sovereignty land. And so they had the local business, what do you call that? Chamber of Commerce in that city. And these are black women talking about what they want to do as far as entrepreneurs and helping them with business loans or whatever. Throughout that whole segment was black women, black women, black women, black women, black women. And if you didn't, and this is the thing where education is key, and we really have to teach black men and black young boys and black girls and women the importance of history, because you did not pick up that whole conversation, it was focusing on economic empowerment for black women, to where a majority of the people that were killed during the Tulsa, Oklahoma riots, the Black Wall Street, were black men, because they tried to get the women and the children out of there. So, and this is on a public level where you have the Congresswoman, part of the Black Caucus, talking about an event that destroyed black men, the black family, but you're giving all these benefits to black women. Right. So what black men need to do is start going to these private corporations that have millions and billions of dollars and tell them to start sponsoring and supporting your cause.
Well, listen, when you got women like Maxine Waters that says if black men vote a different way, make them punish, or whatever goofy ish she said. And so I don't know if politics is the answer, because politics is very corrupt, but that's a start.
When
so
she made that comment,
right,
black men in her district, they should have sent her a letter saying, if you don't retract your statement or issue us a public apology, we would not vote for you. We're going to vote for XYZ to vote you out, or something to that effect. They did not do anything.
I think they didn't because they don't care for her politics. Most black men are traditionalists and conservative by nature.
Personal. I'm talking about, you need to publicly let people be known you are not going to say this or do this to us, and have your group, your tribe of men supporting and backing you. You really do have to fight them on their level. You really have to get involved politically in the science of politics. Because for her to make that statement in public, the black men in her district and nationally should have embarrassed her and put her on Front Street for making that comment.
Right, and I agree with you. But American black men, many of them are simps, especially if they're on the Democratic plantation. But Mr. Ingram, what did you get from this conversation, real quick, brother, about the prospects of marriage, decline in marriage rates, but also decline in birth rates, and how so many black men concede power, but also in this loaded question about Kevin Samuels talking about men exercising their options to date women from other ethnicities and perhaps other countries? Unmute yourself. All
right, I think ultimately, black women in America in general have that option of first refusal. And I think that is out of black men and their respect for their mothers and their respect for community. But I think ultimately I've raised 3 boys. They're all successful. They're all educated. And ultimately, I think life is short. Men should exercise their options. And I tell my boys If you give Black women the first refusal, you've done your job. Find the best woman for you, irregardless of race, creed, or color. Because ultimately, when you come home from work every day and you walk in that door, you want to have peace. You want to have cooperation. You want to have happiness, because nobody lives in your house but you, and you're the one that has to deal with that person for the years to come. And if you're not living a good life, nobody's going to care. If you don't have a peaceful home, no one's going to care. So pick the best woman you can pick for yourself that adds value to your life, regardless of race, creed, or color. And give Black women the first refusal. If you don't find a Black woman that's cooperative, submissive, that adds value to your life, find somebody else that can do the job. I'm a relationship capitalist. I believe women should compete like men should compete. Find the best option for yourself and for your family. But in terms of what Kevin Samuels is saying, I think he's saying the same thing. You don't build communities, or you don't build society by accepting lower standards. You keep the standards high. You demand excellence from our women and our men. You don't cut corners. You start cutting corners, you end up with mediocrity. And I think that going forward is something that we need to focus on. And in terms of women like Maxine Waters and those masculine type women, a lot of those women are into these policies that only focus on Black women in the community, when in general, you build a society, you need to focus on men and boys. Because like I said, we have a lot of first world problems. Many people think, I was a police officer for 22 years. And one of the things that women don't understand about community is, like we see it on January 6th, when this country could have easily went into some type of revolution. Your degree, your paper, your education can't save your ass, because my ass is running home to my family. I'm protecting the women in my family. I'm dropping that uniform. I'm dropping that gun belt, and I'm damn sure dropping that body cam on the ground. And my ass is hauling ass to my car, and I'm running home to protect the women and children in my community and my family. I'm not 911 that's going to go dead. And that's the importance of men and community. And if you think your degree or your whatever is going to save you, and these are all first world problems, the importance of men, the importance of fathers, the importance of community is paramount. We have a lot of first world problems with our women in our community. And I wanted to say one more thing before I leave. Most of our problems could be linked to Lyndon B. Johnson's and the Great Society of the 1960s. The government came in, feminists came in, men went out the back door. It's really that simple. We could talk about the crack epidemic, we could talk about the drug epidemic, we can talk about it. You replaced men with government checks in feminism. And like I said, when the government comes in, everything goes south. Because again, we still have these first world problems where we think these education degrees and all this other crap can save us. Let some barbarians be running outside with guns and hatchets and knives and everything else like that. And you go out there and tell them that I have a PhD or a bachelor's degree or what your job is work. I think COVID should have taught people the importance of the nuclear family.
Right, right. I totally agree. Family is everything. You know, I tell people on your deathbed, you're not going to be worried about your accomplishments or your wealth. But before you cross over into the glory world, you're going to be worried about your family. Hopefully you'll have your husband at your bedside in a condition called death by proxy, meaning your husband is there waiting to help you transition over. Many people die alone. Many men die alone. Many men have learned to be conditioned to be mules of society. So many times we just die alone because we realize nobody's going to come to our rescue. So, you know, we just die. But ideally, it's powerful to have your husband at your bedside and say, baby, I got you. And before you take that last breath, you cross over. But so many of our women have been compromised. So many of them don't want to change. And because of that, they're going to suffer the recompense of their error. And, you know, I'm going to ask you a question, Dana. When you try to mentor some young women, do they listen to you? Do they listen to you when you try to give them insight and give them points of view? Do they listen?
I don't try to mentor young women. Because honestly, my channel is not about relationship. It's about politics and stuff.
Right.
And I don't like to talk about relationships. I think sometimes it's just because a waste of time to a degree of, if you are at a certain age and you don't know how to communicate to your partner, whether it's a man or a woman, you need to look within yourself. So I don't do the relationships, even though you will make way more money on YouTube if your platform is about relationships or entertainment. But if you don't have yourself together and loving yourself, you're meant to knowing what you want. It's a lot of women, they don't know what they want. They don't know what they need. You know, they want all this superficial stuff. Women aren't superficial. We're vanity driven.
Right.
I could do a platform where I'm just breaking down the women, but I'm not going to do that because there are men, on the other hand, you got to work on yourself. I can't tell you what to do. I don't know what it's like to be a man, but I do know that, you know, take away the good guy and you look at the community, the ones that are, and I don't want to say bad guys, but there are a lot of men who are in denial. They don't want to get therapy. Black people, period, have this thing about therapy. They don't want to take accountability. They don't want to work on themselves spiritually, mentally, psychologically, physically. And if you're not trying to do those things, you know, I'm supposed to tell her to be submissive or tell her to be a certain way. One thing I will say that people need to do, and let me just focus on women, is it is my job, it is my duty and my responsibility to show you respect. So if I'm coming into your house, if I'm coming on your platform, I'm gonna give you respect. It's not something, you know, because I want to be respected and I respect that. I want that in return. And that should be something that should go both ways. And that is a lack of respect that people have or that women have for men. So if you don't show up with respect, then everything else is going to go downhill. And that's, to me, that's where it starts at.
I totally agree. The love currency for a man is honor and respect. And you get an applause for that, Dana, because that's 100%.
You try to disrespect me, then yeah, I'm going to be that other type of person that's going whoop, whoop, whoop. But I mean, and I really need to curb that. And then also, what I do enjoy your platform and the men that are up here.
Right.
There's certain type of men that I come across that I know that are men. My disposition is totally, it automatically adjusts to the room.
Right.
And so a certain caliber of a man has nothing to do with your income, just your behavior sets the tone of how that woman is supposed to act. Will act.
Right.
So
respect. Respect. Shout out to my man Jess Wright for the $5 super chat. He didn't have a response, but thank you, brother. And then also shout out to my man MC Recovery Steps and Relapse. He said I'm listening and working. He said I'm listening and working in LA mental health bomb show. Family reunions need to come back. I agree, but yeah, you know, I don't know what's gonna happen this lifetime. I see things getting precipitously worse, but that's why we have to have the conversation in this current milieu called America. I would love for another woman to come on, maybe Miss Parker, and then we're going to sign off. This has been a great show. And to the 7 to 8 that are watching, if you have not donated, please donate to Cash App $7 Smalls. And shout out to my dear friend Gail Lockett. It's Scorpio season, and Gail been like that dame on the Wizard of Oz, that wizard on the Wizard of Oz controlling the machine. I don't know how she do it, but Gail got eagle eyes. She can see every place, and I'm glad to see you, Gail. I miss you. And so shout out to her for moderating the show. And shout out to my man, Tim. Tim normally does it, but Gail got you this time. But thank you, Gail and Tim, for you guys' ability to moderate. I really appreciate it. And Gail, I really appreciate your hard work and sacrifice. She's one of the hardest moderators in YouTube, in my opinion.
Yes, she is, Gail.
I don't know how she do it.
I need to hire you to be my moderator on my channel.
Yeah, she is on it, man. I love me some Gail. But I would love to hear another woman pop up and speak real quick before we sign off, because this has been a very good show. Many men are divesting from the concept of marriage because they don't believe it. And when you hear very cerebral women like Dana, guys, can you mute yourself? When we hear cerebral women like Dana trying to give women points of reference and credence, it's good to hear it, because our families are actually dying and being destroyed. So is there anyone else that would love to pop in real quick? Because this has been a long stream.
I hope another woman will come up, because I do find that, but I don't know, maybe women don't like to be too much in men's spaces, but I think women should speak.
Right. I like hearing from a different woman perspective. You know, as long as she's respectful and as long as she understands this is a male space. But I do like to hear the women because, you know, I believe in what the gospel said, let the older women teach the young. And Dana, I'm not calling you old, but I'm sure you came out of high school, class of 90, 80, 93?
95.
Oh yeah, you got some Shalimar and you got some Shalimar in you, but you got a little bit of Harold Melvin, the Blue Notes too. Hold tight. We got Red Pill Awareness. He popped in real quick. Red Pill Awareness, how you doing, brother?
Hey man, I just want to say you got an excellent show. I love what you're doing. Keep it up, man. I can't wait till this show get more big because you're talking on good talking points where people need to be heard and men can hear and heal and take your advice.
Well, what did you get from the show real quick? Cause we're going to sign off. I got to see clients, man.
You know, like I don't want to hold the show up. I believe that a lot of us should start doing our own thing. That's what I got from the show. For me, myself, I wanted to go out because I think that we've been doing and working so long and putting in work where we get nothing in value here in America. So that's what I got from the show. A lot of us who really got our passports, got ourselves together, need to start doing our thing. Kevin Samuels and many others has brought some good points of view. And I believe what Kevin Samuels and Jamie Foxx had to say. That's my take on it, sir.
Excellent. But thank you for your response. It's a lot of feedback.
Thank you, man.
All right. Thank you, brother. All right. So once again, we'd love for a lady to pop on real quick before we sign off. But Uncle Stu has been holding it down. He did a good job. I really appreciate it. The Ingram Experience. Go check out Uncle Stu, his YouTube channel. Drop the link for Uncle Stu Dana, also from the Ingram Experience as well. And also, Dana got plenty of subscribers. She don't need no subscribers. My little small channel. But you guys can also go check out Dana as well. This has been a great conversation. I love being around intellectual and very cerebral people, but I do this because there's a mental health crisis in America, and it's time to reactivate the mental health of the American black man so that he can understand and know that he's valued outside of America, and he's not getting the options that he wants. He can either choose to be single or go where he's celebrated instead of being tolerated. Dana, what do you say to your son about being celebrated instead of tolerated? And hopefully we can get one woman to pop in. That would be good. I would love to hear from another woman. But I'm about to sign off in a minute because I do have to go.
He kind of got that. I was from his father teaching him that really first. But I tell him, honey, you want to be the head of that household. Don't let no woman rule over you. So I give him the aspects of how sneaky women could be.
Yes, ma'am. Say it again. Say it again for the people in the back.
No, women are sneaky, and
these are opportunistically.
These are women who are traditional, modern. It don't matter.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Sneaky, and a woman tells you that's not true. That's not me.
You're telling the truth. You're right, Dana. I agree with you 180%. You're correct.
Yeah.
You're right.
And so I do tell him, because he's quiet, but that doesn't mean he is not passive. And I thought my son was until I seen him working at work or whatever. So I. As a parent, you're busy raising your kids or whatever, and then when they become adults, they make their own decisions and they become this whole other person. But some of the values that you instill in them are still there. So I am proud of him, but and I know he's going to pick who he want to pick. But I just tell him, whoever it is, make sure that she's not taking advantage of you, and she knows that you are the head of the household and of everything. And so yeah, I give him little stuff, but I don't try to bombard too much of my input on it. And I don't speak to him a lot. He don't call me because he lives on his own.
Right.
I have to call him to see how he's doing, but I think we raised a really good man. He's a young man.
But good.
You take that personally, do you?
What, that he don't call?
Because I noticed that my mother does the same thing.
I do.
He does that too.
Why do you call? I haven't spoken to you in a week. What is going on? Call me on FaceTime. I want to see what you look like. I want to, let me see the room. And that's why he don't call me. So
just to let y'all know, I got a mother and father let me get 2 weeks. And I don't speak to my mother. I'm getting fussed at too. But she raised an alpha male. But so I understand you, Dana. I understand. I got you.
At first I thought it was me, but then it's like, no, that's what they do.
We just get this. We get like one track minded. We just like a month past by, like, oh yeah, I love you, mom.
He's never gonna move back home. Like, I know he wouldn't. You know how some people come back home, save some money and whatever, but he's never gonna do it. So I don't know if I should be offended or I should be proud of him, but he's
like proud of both, isn't it?
Yeah. Be proud of him.
Be proud of him.
Be proud of him. You don't want him coming back home talking about, Mom, I want to stay till I'm 45.
Well, listen, guys, this has been a powerful show, man. I really enjoyed it. Shout out to Gail once again, Scorpio season. And I really enjoyed Dana's insight. You know, Libras and Leos got a love affair, you know, because they're intellectual. So shout out to Dana for insight and wisdom. You know, Dana, you get a lot of negative, you know, some see you as being, maybe because you got that Newark. Are you from Newark?
Born and raised in East Orange, but my adult life in Newark. So I mean, I think it's just we're jaded up here in the North and the Northeast. It's very jaded.
So
but I mean, I'm a nice person. I'm approachable, but it's not even that. This is really YouTube is vicious, and it's a lot of people.
Jada, this is the tri-state. Don't you get weak? This
Right,
is the tri-state.
exactly.
I'm from New York.
Yeah,
don't funk out on us now.
But it's like
holding it down all the time.
Right, but YouTube is media. YouTube is social media. So you're not in somebody's face. So everybody want to talk tough and be disrespectful. So then I'm gonna give a little bit of that attitude back. But that's a certain type of panel that I may be on. But I wouldn't behave that. I can't behave that way, and I wouldn't behave that way with you guys because of the energy.
Right.
The energy of the room.
No doubt. No doubt.
Do you have time so I can comment real quickly on what she said earlier?
Yeah, I will yourself real quick. Let me give a shout out to Gail. And yes, Gail gets some applause, her and my man Tim Howard, because they both are very well breathed. I appreciate both of them. And so when Gail do pop in, you know, it's always a pleasant surprise. But go ahead yourself real quick, brother, and I'm going to sign off because I got work to do. Go ahead, guys.
But Dana said earlier, she mentioned real quickly about how she chose not to get into the relationship side of the YouTube space, even though she could make more money in that space. Then she also mentioned entertainment as a side note. So she was like relationship, entertainment. And that just kind of caught my attention because what I realized is that I don't think, I might get a lot of heat for this, but I don't think a lot of Black guys go to a lot of these Black channels about relationship advice looking for actual advice, because when they have to actually do the work, it's actually it's hard work to do. And a lot of it is more so about them than it is about what that woman that they're having grievances about isn't doing or is not doing. So they want to be entertained by the idea of what the relationship wants to be, but they don't want to necessarily look in the mirror. So it is relationship entertainment or relation-tainment, I guess you want to say.
Edutainment.
Hey,
bro, it's just like all fluffing, all words to me until the advice actually gets applied. And the second last point I want to make is she said that towards the end, she said that her energy feels different around certain men, that it has nothing to do with, I don't know if she heard me say this earlier. I don't know if she came on before I said it or not, but she said it has nothing to do with income, it has nothing to do with all these other external factors. It's the energy and vibe she gets. So the reason why I would assume she felt comfortable to come on the panel amongst 4, 5, 6 other men, which can be like very threatening to a woman. Yeah, intimidating. Right. It's because she felt comfortable in that space, and because we held that space for her to then come on the panel to do it, which is why a lot of women don't do other men's panels, because they're so aggressive, they're so mean, and the things they say in the comments. It's like
right.
So that's all I wanted to say.
Well, you know, I try to be fair. You know, I can't. You know, the men got the right to voice what they want to voice. That's the risk that you take. If I go into a woman's space, I'm sure some of them are going to attack me too. It is what it is. But yeah, they will attack me too. You know, I had one attack me from Anton's show. You know, but I had to give her this work when I put that. Listen, she was running her mouth, but when I finished with her, I was giving her some of this. I was giving that fire for your mind. So she had to flee when I gave her that fire for her mind. But this has been a good show. It's probably the best show that I ever had. I really enjoy Uncle Stu and his wisdom. And we got to do it again at some point. And I would love for Ms. Parker to come up and speak real quick to help coalesce the show real fast before I sign off. I've been saying I'm going to sign off the last 10, 15 minutes. But Ms. Parker is a very cerebral woman, too. Ms. Parker, please pop on real quick. Gail, drop the link. But Ms. Parker, I want you to drop in and add to the discussion about the decline in marriage rates and what do you feel like is the cause why men are actually not getting married. Real fast, Ms. Parker. If you can pop in real fast. Maybe you're at work, but if you can pop in real fast, I would love for you to give me your point of views real quick. So I'm going to give you a few minutes. But yeah, this has been a good show. We got to get back to the foundation. Ms. Parker. Go ahead, Mr.
Gentleman in black, he was going to make a comment.
Go ahead, Mr. Ingram. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, brother.
I just have to say something to Brother Youssef. One of the issues that we have in the black community is the issue we always do is we revert back to men, trying to level men up. A man's value is a earned value. You have to have intrinsic value. You don't come out with a particular value. You have to earn that. We've been leveling up men for years, holding them accountable, because that's why the suicide rate is so high for men. So the idea that men are not coming to the table prepared, especially black men. You have all these shows on the internet. The Culture Clinician is leveling up men. Uncle Stu's leveling up men. I'm leveling up men. We're cracking the whip. I'm 47 and retired. We've been cracking up the whip. I've retired at 46. We've been cracking the whip for men, black men, for years.
Right.
That's why there's a high percentage of black men that are single in the community. The problem is that we always reference the dusties or the bums or the broke men or the men not doing right in the community. But a man's value is a earned value. If you don't earn your place in this world, nobody cares about you. You become disposable in itself. So the idea that men are not coming to the table squared away and tight, I don't see that. That's why I made so many videos about single women and single men and leveling up. And so if you watch my channel, it's all about people leveling up, people beyond their purpose. And it's easy to hold men accountable because society itself and nature holds men accountable. If you don't bring to the table what you're supposed to bring, you will fail and you will suffer. So we don't need to level up men anymore. The men are getting, you see the Anton Daniels show, you see the Kosher Clinch, you see Uncle Stu, you see me cracking the whip. The men are on point. Black men are going to be doing extremely well.
I believe that.
We are doing it. It is our women that are not bringing the respect and cooperation to the table. Because men, if we don't do it, we fail.
Right. We have no other recourse. That's funny.
That makes sense.
I wish I was.
Then you wouldn't be on YouTube.
No, I'll be probably having 1 million followers.
That's funny. That's funny. But yeah, but we're gonna sign off. If one other lady would love to join the conversation, please do. I guess they're not going to pop up, but I'm going to read through some of these comments before we end the show. Rashad Malcolm Timmons said he loved the show. Thank you, brother, for the support earlier. Let's see, and Miss Parker said she's at work.
If your title would have said "Why Women Dislike Kevin Samuels," you probably would have had some women.
Right. That's a good one, Dana. But Kevin Samuels made some very good points about men having options, and I think men should have options. I believe in male empowerment. I think this is one of the first times in history where men are actually being empowered, where men are actually coalescing together and sharing ideas and brokering for outcomes, and also having a licensed therapist, that's more or less disseminating knowledge from a different approach. It's rare. And so I love the space that we're in right now. I look forward to continue to empower men, but also, Dana, good sisters like yourself, just trying to learn and trying to get the proper outcomes for the family community. Dana, what's your take on the fake femininity, real quick before I end? What's your take on a lot of men saying that some of these women are just practicing fake femininity, real fast? What's your take on that?
Because and one thing I don't like men to define femininity just the same way I can't define masculinity,
Right. So basically what it means, Dana, women that feign like they're genuinely feminine only to get into a relationship. But then once they get the relationship, they code switch.
Well, that's 95% of all women who are in relationships or who are married, and that's whether you're modern or traditional. But there are women who keep up that facade throughout the whole marriage or throughout the whole relationship. There are women who, who cater to their man, and they have channels surrounding around this, and they're actually married, to a high value man or whatever, but. Over time, the real you start to appear, but that don't mean she's less feminine if she's put on a facade. Or some people may think that I'm not feminine, and I'm very feminine, but I speak my mind, and it's YouTube, right? And I'm a content creator.
Right.
But in my real life, dealing with my partner, the way you see me on here is total 360. So my thing is, what is feminine? That's, to me, is respect. That's number one, and being fake is you just fake pumping. A lot of times men, y'all don't know when a woman is faking or not, and sometimes until it's too late. Women's not a good woman, but there are some women who are great at finesse. They just
I agree with that.
Yeah, so I guess what he mean by fake femininity is someone who's trying to finesse a man to get what she wants.
Right. And listen, women by nature are survivalists, so men and women, they manipulate, but all manipulation is not bad. And I know that sounds contradictory, but all manipulation is not bad. A lot of women would, try to manipulate the situation to get a man. If she wear the eyelashes or wear certain clothes to accentuate her body, that's a form of manipulation. But we're talking about the manipulation that can cause harm to a man, that can cause them irreparable harm mentally, socially, and financially. That's what we're talking about. So you're correct, Dana. All women do feign femininity to some degree, but I do believe that there are women that are just naturally feminine and they're not faking it. It's who they are. They exude it. But I do believe a strong masculine man, even some of the feminists, a man can bring that femininity out, especially at the boardroom or the bedroom. But we ain't gonna talk about that.
And then too, it does take a certain man, like a certain man. You don't have to. There are men who know they're not going to be finessed out of their money or whatever, or tricked by a woman. Right. That's what men need to be learning as well. So when you kind of could spot the BS and switch it on her. So that's why I don't talk about relationships, because it's too much. This is too much.
It's too convoluted, no doubt. Well, listen, we're about to sign off, guys. This has been a powerful show. Yusef Benjamin. I thought he was a black Hebrew when I saw that name, Yusef Benjamin. Shout out to him. Shout out to my man, Uncle Stu. Uncle Stu has helped. And I got to go walk. I got to get my legs into activation, man. I've been sitting down all day. I got to walk.
Pretty much on point.
And then also the Ingram experience. So, man, I enjoyed you guys. I love you guys. Dana, let's do a show soon. Hopefully me, you, and Shannon can collaborate, but I would love to come on your show and let's do a show.
Yes,
Let me know.
You an email, and I just replied to your email, Uncle Stu, as well.
All right.
Okay,
thank you, Dana.
thanks, Miss Dana.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate you having me.
All right. Thank you, Dana. Thank you. Thank you, Dana. All right. Thank you. All right, guys. So we're about to sign off once again. Thank you, guys. I love you guys. And as Frederick Douglass once said, that power never conceded to anything without a struggle. It never have, and it never will. Now listen, marriage rates are plummeting. Jamie Foxx said there's no virtue in modern marriages, and I can agree with him to some degree. But if you do want to get married, Kevin Samuels is actually proposing options, and those options might be women from different ethnic groups. So listen, guys, I love you. This has been a great show. I'm tired. I got to exercise these old bones. And like I said, man, this has been a great show, and we're going to sign off now. Be well.